That
Oh boy.
Dion would find. This is a song that Dion would find, bro. Potato. Like,
I
why
showed him this song.
Hey friends.
the peanut butter song?
I probably shouldn't not be talking about this song during stream.
Yeah,
maybe.
it's recording and it's streaming. So
Oh,
be
okay.
wary.
I keep my mouth shut. I keep my mouth shut.
I don't know if it's bad or good, but like if you don't want to be the person that's saying it, then you know.
It's so tempting. Oh my gosh.
You should talk
I'm
about it.
tweaking. Peanut butter.
Okay. I think people would know if they're watching. But that's the thing is like I don't know, so it's gonna be me in the weird position of like I hope that this is something that's not gonna hurt me. That's all I can say. A pleasure to see you all once again.
But
Welcome back, Kat.
Welcome back.
Yeah,
Never
from
here.
last week.
Oh, yeah. You mean it was just yesterday?
It feels like just yesterday for sure.
Oh, is Zap not joining us for the session?
Zap will not be with us this session.
That's so sad.
Busy,
right back.
busy guy. But he's in our hearts.
Oh, that's right. Hero Forge.
Yeah.
You guys watch Arcane yet?
No.
Of course.
I watched
No.
episode 1.
Cultured.
I'm sorry.
How the hell have you not watched it yet?
I've been
Then we are
busy,
cultured.
dude.
We
Maybe-
are so cultured, bro.
It's
We're better than these people.
part
I've
of the
been
mm,
busy.
Part of the what?
part of it is I'm not that huge of a fan of the animation style of the show. Is that weird to say?
You don't like what?
That's weird.
What?
Yeah, that's weird.
And it's not only that too. It's like maybe it's just me,
I
but
think it's
It
just
is.
you.
It is.
I don't like Borderlands like style game either. So it's like
Wow,
it's very
Borderlands-
similar.
It is not similar.
In
It's not.
my mind, it
What
feels
are you
very
talking
similar when
about?
I love the story. I love the first episode I watched. What I'm saying is the reason I had not watched it in the past is because that was turning me away because I was like, oh, I don't like the art style of this, and I moved away from it, which is very not cool of me at that time.
Yeah, not cool. No,
I know.
Still not cool.
And
You
I
gotta
just
redeem
said I watched the first episode and I liked it. I'm not like I just said I was trying to explain why, like the question was.
Like first episode, like recently, or like
Yes, like
Okay.
yesterday.
okay, cool.
Hey,
Like
you. So
you,
wait.
you redeemed yourself a little bit. I was about to leave the VC. I didn't know how I felt. I was
So
like,
when are you watching episodes 2 and 3?
I'm gonna continue watching the rest of it this weekend. That's my hope. I also was going to watch it while I was traveling for Thanksgiving. So
I thought you were about to say it takes you like in like once a week. You're like you watch it and you're like, oh, style sucks. I need to take a minute.
no,
And then
I'm not
decide
like
for
that.
repeats.
But I do have a hard time watching series personally. I'm a movie guy, but like it took me a whole year to watch all of Game of Thrones.
I still haven't watched Game of Thrones.
still
I love Game of
Still
Thrones.
have
I
the
love Game of
ending.
Thrones.
butter on my cock.
Oh, terrible. It made me upset.
How'd you feel
Are
about
you
the
still
ending, Jacob?
listening to it then?
Yeah, I'm still listening to
The ending I feel like was phoned in for Game of Thrones. I feel like there could have been
I mean,
more.
I'm gonna be really honest, guys. I don't like House of Dragon. I think it sucks.
The first
What?
I liked the first
That's
season of
okay.
House of Dragon. I
The
don't
first
like
season was
Dragon.
okay, but the second season
Wait,
sucked.
what?
The second season fucking sucked. And if you say it's good, you're wrong. You're blind.
I actually couldn't get past the second season.
It's just so much filler. That's all it was.
Mhm.
Was just filler.
Just for all the people who weren't ready to watch
Dragon?
Game of Thrones.
Yeah, no. House of Dragon season 2. It felt like.
Sorry,
it
chat.
just-
Spoilers.
Yeah, by the way.
Well, it's been out for like over a year now.
I know, but sorry, chat.
It's your fault if you haven't seen it.
Yeah.
Wow.
You can only blame
We're not
yourself.
sponsors or anything of HBO, but for sure.
No.
I am.
Jacob.
I have millions of dollars.
Me and Dion love that shit, bro.
I liked it, but the second it was
Jacob.
just, like it was just a waste of my time. That
Bro,
second
those fights
season.
were insane.
All the fights are
Ew.
great.
Okay, the second season was good when things happened, but they like made those episodes. They could have been condensed. Like I'm saying, we could have shaved off like 2 episodes worth of filler.
What did you want to happen in the interim instead?
I don't know. I just felt like they added unnecessary things. I hated that Shay love plot. I thought it was stupid. Um, pissed me off. All right, just
All
fucking
right.
pissed me off.
I'm not going to hold you into this purgatory of your mind that is the House of Dragons, but I will say, because we are still going to be waiting for Dion to come in, I already know that he's going to be here a few minutes late. We can
That's what I
begin
was
unless
guessing.
there's anything you guys have for me.
I mean, we have 5 more minutes. Should we just
Well, I
wait
was
these
gonna
5
wait.
minutes?
Yeah, I
5 more.
thought we should wait.
I mean, we can wait. It's up to you guys. I can wait another 10 minutes, but also when the game starts, that's another 10 minutes I'm taking from you, like at
It's
the
just
end
5
of that.
minutes.
I know. It's just 5 minutes. I'm gonna say that at the very end when we're about to be out. Just 5 minutes.
I'm gonna be crying in my hands.
Final last words. It's just 5 minutes, and then passes out.
This image is relevant again.
Is there anything interesting that's happened for you guys over the past couple of days?
Got a devil fruit.
Oh,
What'd you
the
get?
other game, yeah.
Yeah, peak of my life. Honestly, there was nothing else
Yeah.
really. My life is sad. I
He's
have
not-
nothing else going on.
That's great. What did you get?
I can't say.
He's not allowed to say.
Oh my god. Put it in my DMs. I'm not part of the game.
Okay, I will.
Hey, really appreciate it.
So,
But
like,
you were part of the game. You were there.
I was always there. You know that Humpty Dumpty scene?
Wow.
Everybody canonically there.
Wow, man, that really sounds joking.
Yeah, I'm in the walls, so.
Well, right now you're in your dreams.
And I'm also literally naked, so.
Oh my god.
welcome.
Did I have like some pictures,
My
dude?
God.
Come
No,
on.
the first one is actually the first one I got is crazy though. Cat,
That
like
is.
I don't
Why
know why.
did
they
John
came
come
out-
up with that?
I don't know why he came up with it, bro. I still like I haven't told anybody about it. I don't know why he came up with it. I haven't told anyone because it'll reveal what like type I got, but either way, like that's fucking insane.
You know, Dion thought he was cooking when he came up with that. He's like, "Oh yeah, this is great."
I don't know what goes on in his mind anymore.
Some of them have to not be bops, you know?
It's not even a bop. Like that's just like that's anti music right there. What Dion made.
Mm.
Deafening.
I'll like send you the abilities as well.
I gotta know what the first one would have been.
I'm making Mimosa's playlist and I'm speed running.
Oh, that's really good.
Yeah, it's pretty interesting. I'll be able to do some things for sure.
Yes, sir.
Yeah. But you know what I had to do to get there though? To get that thing? I had to go down the fucking prison 3-level crazy shit. I'm in an area full of spikes that are like coated with sea prism, so I can't even step on them because I just got a devil fruit. And there's this crazy angel lady following me. I accidentally killed someone because I threw a flashbang at them because they were climbing the tree with the fruit that I wanted. And I thought that was the only way of like getting it. And they fucking died. And I didn't think they'd die. It was just like, bro,
All right, Nimi, like what I came up with.
no, I don't. I don't. Don't. I'm still listening to Peanut Butter right now.
It's peanut butter.
You
Just listen
listen
along.
along with them. Listen along with them.
It doesn't matter what point you listened at, it'll all make sense regardless.
Being happy was a nice moment in my life, huh? Not anymore. It's gone.
You like it?
It won't load.
Oh.
No, I don't like this.
Just keep listening to it though. Like, just keep listening. Because
God damn it. It's this fucking song.
Hello.
what's up?
Hey.
Oh, I found a new game. Cool. How are we?
Fucking balling. Just got done eating my pizza.
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 Man.
I love pizza.
Do we know how late Zap's gonna be?
It's
He's
not
not
showing.
coming.
Oh, what?
It's
Okay,
It's all
been
good.
said- he been said that.
I forgot.
It's alright.
It's gone.
It's okay.
He died.
Velu's here. Zap's not.
You mean Joe? Wait, no, what was
Yeah.
his name?
I don't know. You'll find out. Anyways, if you
Leo?
guys are all, if you,
Yo,
it's
it is
Joe.
Leo.
For sure, Joe.
No, it's Leo. It's definitely Leo.
Aw,
I love it.
Leo.
With nothing else said, welcome, Dion. If you guys are all ready, we can just roll into it.
Let's go.
I'm ready. Let's begin with the beginning. Marin is currently sitting in his chair in his home and all has just revealed to you all the names of the Wayfinders. I'll repeat the names again as the beginning of our story takes place today. He speaks in a soft tone, revealing the names of Gale, Lyle, Quatel, Constantine, and Leo. Which Leo, being addressed to you in this time, is the face of what Velu is carrying at this point. And with that acknowledgement earlier on about his identity, you see that he still remains that bit of a concern on his brow and a nervousness as he's being nice in the area around. He takes the sword that's collected. He has on his side, but he doesn't seem like he wants to linger too much longer. Without an insight, you guys can tell that Velu is uncomfortable, but the Leo that's standing here now poses a deception about them that you guys can all see into, playing the part. Just so you guys are all acknowledging that he is Leo in this time. As he mentions the names and just lets out a sigh of happiness, you all collect some of your items that you gather from this table that he's being presented to you. All these items of old, and as the fragments place and the names correlate, all of you guys come to your own realizations and observations, whether or not that's demonstrated across your faces or not. You all stand within the House of Marin, looking at this table of what for some of you feel as though are heirlooms, for a lack of better term. Yeah, you all stand here just kind of like either mouth agape or wherever you're at. Marin's currently just kind of looking, a little bit bead in his eye from the dwarven age that's taken him over time. And yeah, just sits.
Ari is like kind of in front of Marin, like crisscross applesauce in front of him, like he used to be whenever he'd listen to his grandpa's stories. He's just like in awe.
Mm. You can see he's lost a little bit in his eyes.
How did you come together as a group?
Oh, there's a time. It was a time ago. I remember when Quatel first invited a group of people to help him out in his adventures, and oh, I was young back then. He was still around, and he knew that my age, and we would be very close after time. But he gathered us all. And he kind of like looks at you. It's like a marking resemblance to you, Father Cruz.
That's good to hear.
And just kind of, you can see that there's. Make an insight check, Father Cruz.
Um, $19.
Okay. from just looking at like how he addresses you and like kind of like looks at you, you feel as though this guy hasn't put together that you're potentially like a brother of him. And what that makes you think is that if he was such good friends with Quatel and he doesn't know about you, what does that say about Quatel? And you're like, you kind of like look at that in that moment, and you kind of see a person who just is unfamiliar with you, but has been more recent to you in the last few years.
I'm
it's a little sad.
well. I hope I look like Quatel. I'm his brother.
Oh. He's like lets out this weird like old man laugh and just like chuckles himself, and he's like, I had my suspicions. I couldn't make any assumptions. You're just so different. And just kind of like looks around. It's like, yeah, those are good days. We picked up everyone else after. Some people didn't make it, and this is the group that ended up at the end.
Didn't make it. What was he trying to do?
What wasn't he trying to do was the question. Man had a dream, inventor. He wanted to find a way to create life through mechanery and machinery, and he did it. He found the truth behind it. From what I understand, he left. When he accomplished it, he took everything he could and he drove it into his studies, and he succeeded. He created the first automaton. I have one right over there. He like points over in the corner. You see a little tiny sentry bot that's like rusted. Like it's full like rust and decay. It probably isn't even alive. It's just sitting there in the corner and just like full rust and decay. Eyes like not glowing. It's not a big thing. It's like a small tiny size. And it's just decayed over by the corner. It's like, it was a sweet gift as his first creation.
He just has a big frown on his face.
It's been a long time since I've seen him or talked to him. He's busy. Always busy. But he was always writing. I never knew what. But anyways, yeah, it was always Quatel.
How did you get all of this stuff? Not even just Quatel.
Oh.
Everybody.
Well, after we finished our last adventure, people just separated and left these things behind. They kind of just gave up they hung up the cloaks, so to say. I couldn't go alone, so I'm a little attached, I guess. You see, kind of like he gets up from the chair and like walks over to the table where everything is surrounding you guys. He kind of like looks over like at some of the things on the table, puts his hand on the table, drags it across. He's like, "Yeah, it's good memories and bad ones too."
You said some people didn't make it.
Yeah,
Those the bad memories.
sometimes. But it doesn't keep me up anymore. Those are just the risks we take. You know, we all knew. Everything's dangerous when you don't know, and once you kind of like pauses and just like you see he's like kind of like staring at the table really hard. He's specifically looking at something. All you guys can make a perception check.
$11.
21.
6.
16.
With your group chat, I think you all see. Marin looks at the gloves that Cornelian is holding in their hand. Like he's like,
Cornelian, put
he's
that
just-
down.
no, it's like looks at it and just like he's just like staring at it. Like he's not like staring at it in a way of like, oh, those are mine. He's staring at it like in a way of that's like very sad to him, and he just like kind of darts the eyes. It's like some of us just didn't get lucky.
Cornelian has them put down. He's happy with his haversack. So
Mhm. Yeah, you put him down. Like he just kind of looks at him, he just smiles for a second, and he's like, and just laughs. But it's what he would have wanted, someone else to take it on and do the next thing. And it's what do you do when all your friends go and you grow old?
Wait to see him again.
That's right. And like you see his finger goes up and he points up. And it's like, something I really liked about this place is the belief that I could go away one day and meet them once again. And that's something that's always touched my soul. Not everybody saw it that way. And when you're in your years, all you can do is believe. Or die. There's a little bit of somberness and like echo goes through the room when he says that.
Who's all like touch the gloves? So whose story was this?
Lyle. He's a good ranger.
Are you guys looking for something dangerous?
Lyle died after the adventures. I don't know. We believe that there was foul play, and after that moment, we couldn't go on. It wasn't one of us, I don't think. We all got into our arguments and pushed away from one another and abandoning some of the things we held dear. But we all had accomplished our goals, so we didn't have a need to stay. And Lyle never got to do that. And you just see kind of like walks over and he like stares at it. He picks up the I don't know, did someone pick up that letter that was on the table? The love letter? I think no, Velu did. Velu's like holding like a letter in their hands. And he's kind of like staring at it and he like looks at him. It's like, you never got to send it.
Who was he going to send it to?
His estranged, his beloved, I'm assuming, in his estate. And
We're just gonna walk over to Velu and take his hand out.
Velu holds on to it for a second and is like, looks at you, Ymir, very like eyes opens, like, you sure?
Yeah, I want to check it out.
Okay, I already read it. Just let you know. And just hands it to you slowly.
Ymir opens it and reads it.
Are you gonna read it out loud?
Is it okay if I read this out loud?
Marin, like, sometimes I do.
Okay. Ymir will read it out loud.
I will send you what the note says. I sent it to your channel.
A love letter to Dolores, my dove. My dove again, I write to you. I miss the days we adventured together, but I was happy to finally send you to the Eastern school that appreciated your talents. In our estate, when the next break occurs, maybe we could take a break from all the magic and just enjoy ourselves. These families remind me of my father's desires to own grandchildren, and I've never wanted more than to have you be a mother to my sons and daughters. Transmutation has sparked our love, and we have blossomed beyond the seas of doubt, and I know how much you love your seeds. Loving you was the greatest adventure, and when I return from the province, we can write a new adventure for someone of our own. Your ranger evermore, Lyle Murdoch. And Ymir stares at the letter.
You guys just see Marin crying. Like, he's not like full tear sob, but he just kind of like streams.
I'm just gonna walk over and place his hand on Marin's shoulder. I didn't know you guys also knew Dolores.
I never knew her. None of us really did. He kept it all separated.
I didn't know she had a lover. She never told me about this.
It was very hard on her. Oh, hearing when he went. And you like see like a strong face of like an old man just holding it together, and you see kind of like just nods and like taps you back on the shoulder and walks back over to like the living space he lives in. He's like,
Did she ever get this?
hmm?
Did she ever get this letter?
No, I didn't. I haven't. I don't know where her estate is.
I do. May I deliver it?
It'd probably be what he wanted.
And I will do that.
Yeah, you like
I
hold
will
it to it.
hold it up. I also have another question. Sorry to like change the mood, but my son here, and he'll point over the bongo. He was also with us when we did the quest. Can he choose something?
What would? He kind of like leans over, like crickety, like the stairs. I'm gonna have him make a perception check with disadvantage. What a beautiful boy you have.
Oh, thank you.
Yeah, I didn't realize you were with child. Of course, the little one can take something from the table.
All right, bongo, choose what you want.
Bongo just like gets up. It's like, now what can I take here that's gonna be the most beneficial for everybody in the group? And just like scratches the chin and walks across the table, like literally like doing like the inspection of their own. Just like, no, I couldn't use gloves. Those are too large for me. And honestly, I really don't need any gold. I mean, it's good to have. I love a good gold bar. But he kind of like turns his head, looks over again. That gem, that's kind of shiny. Ymir, do you want a gem?
Don't ask me. You pick.
Oh, God, you're making this so difficult. I'm gonna take the gem. And it's like walks over, like picks it up, looks at it. It's like, I don't know if you've already done something with this, but I think yeah, makes sense. And just like puts it, holds it to himself, and drops off the table. Just like looks, nods. It's like interesting. I guess that makes sense.
Mir will pat him on the head. You don't have to look up to me for choices of gifts, Bongo. You are your own person. You can choose your own gifts.
Thanks. Dad just kind of hugs the leg a little bit.
That's really all I. This is a lot.
Oh, also, if before you go, with the new phase starting now for Arcanine, make sure you all take a look outside sometimes. A bright star. It's one of the most famous things in the phase. Many tethers to different pasts and histories in the sky and the constellations. The astral is so beautiful around this time, and missing out on the world around you is something I highly don't recommend. I've seen lots, and so much has changed. But he kind of like looks at the rest of your group. This is forever.
Will do.
And just nods. You see, Marin like kind of gets up for a second, walks over to Leo. Goes over and says, "My friend, are you staying much longer?" And Leo goes over. It's like, no, actually, we gotta go. But you know, on other adventures. And it's like, you were always the one that kept going. Can't keep up anymore. And just laughs. But it's good to see you. And just hugs Velu, like full like low body hugs Velu, and Velu like kind of like awkwardly kind of hands above the head, kind of like holds the hands up and just looks left and right at you guys. It just
You're
like
just right.
like puts their hands down on the back of Marin and just like pats the back. It's like, I'm sure we'll be back. And just looks at Father Cruz.
This will just nod. He will.
And pushes each other apart. the space is yours, and then the door. A little bit of a lingering moment as you guys are still like perusing and looking. Is there anything else you guys are wishing to do in here before making your exit and potentially turning in for the night?
I'll help him move back his stuff if he wants.
Yeah, he's like
I'll go
currently
over there.
putting. Yeah, he's like taking things off the table and swiping it back into the crate. It just dumps in, just it's like into the
Yeah.
crate that was underneath the table.
Yeah, I'll help him. I'll help him organize it as he's putting it in the crate.
Yeah, you're like taking it and placing it individually so that way it's not all like a mess and stuff. He's like, oh, thank you, you're so kind.
Ymir will mage hand some stuff around, make sure like the place is tidy.
Yeah.
But he won't really like use his own physical.
The mage
stuff.
hand's like literally dusting dust off of like banisters. You see cobwebs that are like in the corners, and you like the fingers just twinkle and spin them out. You see a spider just crawl away. Like, just the high spots in the house are really the ones that don't get cleaned the most. And then you also see like you kind of like are walking around. You see the sentry bot that's like dead in the corner. Basically, you see like the rust that's taken it. You see kind of like a dimness that's behind the eyes of like what would be lamps and like electricity of some kind, and it's interesting for sure. You see that the like primary function of this bot was literally to clean, and it just like is dead.
Can Ymir inspect this actually?
Sure.
To try and see like if he could fix it.
If you're trying to fix it, it is going to be a tools check. I don't know if you have any tools to fix it, but
I don't think Ymir has any tools.
do you have a proficiency in history?
No.
Yeah, you can try. You can roll a history just to see if maybe you know what parts go to what. But this is
that
going to
would do it.
be, yeah,
Never mind, it wasn't. I thought it was an 18. It's not. 15.
15. So some wires make sense as you see kind of like behind the eyes of like whatever this creature is. It had like connections to some type of internal like engine of some kind. You see that there's oil that's dried on the side, rust that's taken over from water and debris. You get the sense that there's something missing because as you go to like try to like attach a part to it, you see some of it rust away as you're kind of like moving it. There's a little bit of age to this where it like you think as though like this thing had just run out of steam. It's not a problem of like it can be turned back on. It's just something that's done.
Mm-hmm.
This person has outlived a machine.
Right. Then Ymir will just head back with the other group.
Yeah.
With the
And-
rest of the group.
Yeah, you're with everybody. Velu has
I'll
stepped
try to
outside
help him
already.
put it-
Oh, wait.
I was gonna say, Carnelian will try to help him put the box away because he knows it takes a while.
Yeah, you're like watching him like put it away.
Before we leave, does Cruz know how long this guy's been in town?
Make a history check with advantage because you know this town.
Beautiful. 16.
16. The timeline for your passing through Solaria happens often, right? Because maybe like once a year you come back to Solaria to like visit and check on things each cycle, right? Like your journeys with Mimosa have always been like long, what is it? What would they be called? Missions.
Hey, missionary.
Yeah. The amount of times you come back and have remembered this face like appeals to your mind, and the furthest back memory that you can pull probably is back to cycle like 147. Like this person goes back probably like 200 years, maybe 250 years. But you know, like this is nearing the same time when you got your first roots in balladism. Like this is relevantly. This is another really old person in your town, basically. Maybe one of the oldest with you.
That's all I wanted to know.
So you just keep that note in your mind, and you all kind of can make your way or do anything. Carnelian, you're helping put the box away. And you see he stuffs it kind of into a position where it's in their bedroom, but their bedroom doesn't have like a like a door that locks or anything like that. It's just like literally like you turn the corner in the home and there's just an open hall. There's a bed and then there's like a nightstand. And you see the box is kind of set like onto the opposite side of between the nightstand and the bed.
Okay.
So like he just it's just in their room with them, and he closes it up. He just puts the cover on the crate that's still left in the room. He doesn't like lock it or anything like that. He just leaves it there, putting the top on, and like you see, he just kind of like puts a couple things back onto like the nightstand. He has like a pair of glasses or reading a book that's on top of the nightstand, and walks over. It's like, oh, I can take it from here, son.
All right.
I appreciate it.
No problem.
Good lad you are.
I appreciate the haversack.
Oh, fun thing about that. When we found that one, there was this guy, this goon, this person. Don't know if they were a person. And we had taken that from him, and he had many, many, many dead bodies in that thing.
Oh.
That was terrifying. We all brought it to the camp. We were excited, and we dumped it out in bodies. It was the worst experience that we shared together. But it honestly is one of my favorite things about it because it just reminded us how much we hated the guy.
Oh,
so
that's sweet.
It was a
Really
bonding
well.
moment for sure because we had to get rid of the bodies, so we put them back into the haversack, and one by one we threw like 10 to 12, 13 different bodies in there, and that's a long story.
It will like nod with a little bit of concern to it. And I'll look at the sack
Sorry.
and, like, I wonder if there's any bodies in there
It
that
scratches
they
the
didn't
head.
take out.
It scratches the head. It's like, I think we got them all.
I hope so. Well, we'll find out someday.
Yeah. I'm just like, well, the night is getting there. It's not nighttime, by the way. It's still daytime. It's like, I need my shots. I was resting just a moment on my chair, and then you had knocked, and I was ready.
Yeah.
So, by all means, have yours. Seize your day.
All right.
Yeah, I'm just.
Thank you again for this stuff and the opportunity.
It's not. It's
Yeah,
just kind of
walk out.
starts shooing people out of his house.
Yeah.
As an overstayed welcome turns into a moment of like reprise as you guys are kind of slowly making your exits out back into the street of Solaria. The day is like basically at sunset right now. It's not like night yet. You guys have only been inside this home for like maybe 30 minutes tops.
Mimosa, what did you pick out?
His amulet. I was gonna smile and point at it.
Does it do anything special, or did you get it to look nice?
If I drink, it heals me.
Bellu is standing outside with his hands on his knees, just breathing in heavily, in and out. Just.
Ymir's like patting him on the back.
I didn't
Wow.
know.
How does it feel to like lie to an old man?
He's like
It's really fucked up.
cycling.
He was really nice. I didn't know there was so much about him connected to me though. I feel really weird about that.
Bellu just looks at you and says, "Aren't you from around here?"
Not completely. No. Then
Well,
that guy
I'm
got
definitely not from
accused
here, so
here.
that's confusing. Well, I don't know about this guy, and just points at himself.
Yeah, that's odd.
Velu, how did you meet Leo?
You see that Bellu like kind of holds for a second. It's like it's a bit complicated, and also I don't know if I'm ready to talk about that yet. I think I will be once I figure out a little bit more about this, and just kind of points at the house and this and points at the sword that they have, like this new like sword. It's like maybe this has some answers on who that person was.
Are they still alive?
Make an insight check.
He said
Okay.
that
think
they,
he said
He
no
said
last
no.
he
time.
said they were
no.
dead.
Oh, he
Yeah.
did say he was dead. Yeah. So like that's right. He did say that before. He said no, he
Oops.
was dead. And like looking down, he's like looks up and he just nods. It's like, yeah.
So like stand away from the door.
I kind of start walking back to. What
Yeah.
time of day is it?
It's like sunset.
You're
Sunset,
gonna,
yeah.
you're gonna
Go
watch.
back to the house.
You're gonna watch Ymir veer off towards the blacksmith.
A dart and a dash.
Oh, there he goes.
Skitter scatter. Ymir is now
Picking something
out
up
of
Like
here.
toddlers.
Oh, it's gonna be scratching his head.
I don't know.
Billy
What
just
did you two get? Oh,
Oh.
sorry.
Idris pulls out a map. A map. It's more towards. Oh, that reminds me, Father Cruz. When you have a moment, can I speak to you alone?
Sure.
Thank you. But it's a map that kind of covers the more northern territories, where our Lucia is now. But on the map here, it didn't exist.
Lucia's fairly new.
I know.
I got this haversack. It's like Mimosa's bag of colding or whatever. But
I still have so
looks
much meat
bigger.
left.
that's awesome.
Oh,
I
It's
wonder
pretty
if it ever
nice.
goes bad in there.
Unless he's gonna open his bag of clothing and just give it a big old sniff.
It's fine. I mean, you don't smell anything. It's all frozen.
It's fine.
Looking at that meat makes me hungry.
You
I
can't
guess we
see
haven't
it on
really
the.
eaten, have
Yeah, you
we?
guys haven't eaten anything today. Like it's been a long day. You guys, some of you use spells, and some of you have like done some like a lot of travel has happened, and in a return back from just kind of being on a cart and also walking, you guys do near your exhaustion points for some of you. With the sunset going down and Ymir kind of taking off, you guys kind of have the floor in the moment of what you guys wish to do.
You know, I would love to go back home. However, I don't know if that place triggers my kind of freak out. So
We
I
can
don't
put
know
you in
if
the
that's a
basement.
idea. No, I'd rather not do that either. I'm
It was
okay.
just a joke.
Well, why don't we try? See if it does trigger anything? We
I
could
would be standing outside of the house.
Yeah,
we face it together.
we could just walk in and see what happens. It
I'm
might
not
have just...
walking in if he thinks
Well,
he's
I'm not
gonna-
Mimosa. I'm not saying you have to walk in. I'm saying the rest of us can walk in. I'd rather you not walk in because it's gonna, you know.
Can I have all of you make a perception check real quick?
No.
Nat 20 with a 28.
14.
14.
19.
Idris and Father Cruz see Velu is walking away.
Where's he going?
Who's gonna go after him?
Oh wait. Oof.
Okay, well,
Father, where are you going?
I think he's following Velu.
Don't you want to know where he's going?
No.
Belu already walked away last time.
You see that they're kind of going towards the direction of where Ymir is going.
Oh, the Cruz isn't gonna follow him.
Yeah, you two would
I
see
mean-
with the nat 22. Idris, you see that he's following the same path too.
I think he'll be fine.
Will you three
Sweet.
promise me if you're gonna walk away, you say something?
Yeah, I thought we talked about that because I did it and it's bad, but you know everyone else does it and it's fine.
Literally, Ymir.
All right, Mr.
I'm going to chew them out later.
Okay.
Don't you
Here's the
worry.
thing.
Not to snitch or anything, but
Don't tell Dad.
Well, Velu just kind of had a instance with his identity. I think it's, and especially if Ymir took off without saying anything. We can chew them
Well-
out later. I'm tired and I'm hungry.
I'm hungry.
is your basement like?
I'm hungry.
All right.
Hurry
No.
Finish that.
No,
Cornelia's
Please.
gonna walk over to the house.
please.
It's a funny moment as underneath the breath of Father Cruz, chuckles occur and the eyes roll from all three of you. Like that, a good dad joke to pass the time between here and the point of Father Cruz's home. Let's go look at what Ymir's doing for a moment. You make it to the blacksmith. Sunset, fire's roaring. You can smell the smoke from the inside of like metal and clank. You're outside.
He'll go inside.
Yeah, you hear inside. Not too much work is happening right now. You see currently, you see Robin is currently at the toke of the fire, currently pouring in some type of like molten material into a like a mold of some kind, and they have like this face cover on them, and is just currently pouring into a mold.
What you up to?
They shake for a second. Hold on. They spill it a little bit to the side of the mold. You just see it hit the ground. As the mold hardens, there's a moment where the person like stops, turns it over, looks over, and they just like you see like a shake of a moment where they're like kind of like trying to figure out where to put the tongs of like the hot metal in. They put it back into the fire area, and they just kind of like leave the tongs there. They lift their face mask up, look at you. It's like, oh, just making a weapon. But yeah, what's up?
Oh. Hi. I found another item that I would like to turn into something cool. If you
Oh,
can possibly work on that for me, please.
I mean, I'm working on something right now. But I mean, how long are you gonna be here for?
I don't think for long.
I mean, this is gonna be my night, like in my day's over. But if you're coming back tomorrow, I can help you in the morning. Like,
Yeah. Could I just leave it here?
you should probably just hold on to it. I don't want to lose it, and I'm so sorry. I'm a little scattered right now. And just like they're
Insight check.
Go ahead.
Fuck you.
Cornelia gave her
That's a 19.
A 19. Hold on.
Uh-oh.
double herpes.
They like scratch on the back of their neck and kind of like rub their neck a bit, and you see on the side of their neck there's like a black mark of like something kind of going across from like there. And as the hand kind of raises, you see the fingertips kind of grind against like whatever indention was there. They like cover it up, and they just like look at you, and they're kind of like just stare for a second, and they don't blush, but you do see like this grimace face of like, I guess I was just like, I was excited to get off for today, and maybe I just want to.
Smiles, and he's like, "Girl, come on, don't lie to me."
I'm not lying. I want to get off work.
But like, what happened though?
What do you mean? What happened?
Who did all that to you?
Okay, so listen. Like, I was totally
Oh my
surprised.
God.
He came in,
Oh my
and
God.
it was the middle of the night. And you guys were just start full gossip growing.
Oh,
Wait,
God.
who was it? Wait.
No. It was. I can't. I don't kiss and tell.
I feel like Ymir being a smart person, knowing that Carnelian wasn't there.
They don't
That's
share.
right.
They do not share the details of their lover.
No, I know, but Ymir being a smart person, knowing that Carnelian didn't go to the house that night.
It's a very far
Wow.
jump to think for Ymir, I think, but I will allow you to make an intelligence check, just intelligence, to try to piece together the parts that are missing from Robin's story.
17.
Okay. Some of it sounds familiar to Carnelian, but there's also portions of that sound very close to like, what would be like some like thief in the night or like some rogue mystery of like a novel. And and as it comes through, like it comes like a little hot and bothered to you to like, it cuts to the point. It's like when I came over to him and I thought I was making my move, then he made his move, and I was taken aback. I never had anybody. And she pauses and just kind of like, it was really nice.
He has like eyebrow raise. He's rubbing his chin.
He's just like,
Interesting.
she like just like stop looking at me like that. Stop.
No, because like, oh my gosh, like
Oh
I
shit!
see maybe
They get up and rush over to where the metal is, where they left in the fire. They grab the tongs. They burn themselves. Stop!
you got to relax. Get your head in the
No, no,
game.
no, 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 no. This is bad. This is bad. It's just like she grabs the gloves. She deals like a point of damage to herself with just fire damage. And she like grabs the glove, picks it back up, and looks inside. And she just like She just like throws it back into the fire, like dumps it into the fire. It's like, shit.
Sorry about that.
No, it's not your fault. I was distracted.
I see that this person did like a number to you, like mentally.
Do you need something else, Ymir?
No, I kind of just like dilly-dallying. I really do want to leave this here though.
Velu comes in at this point to the scene. Velu kind of looks over, like kind of walking in here, sees you kind of like talking for a moment, and it's stepping over and away, kind of like you catch the perception of Velu behind you, and they look at you, and they say, "Everything okay?"
Yeah, I just have to turn. I was gonna ask if they could turn this into another arcane focus, but they're busy at the moment.
Oh,
So,
well, I saw you
That's
go
all.
off, so I didn't know if there's a problem or.
oh, sorry,
I mean,
my bad.
no, it's okay. I think I ran off too because I was worried about you, but I didn't know how to say that to them, and it just kind of. I just wanted to make sure we shouldn't go. I'm happy you're okay.
Okay, lover boy. I'll be gone soon.
That's not what I mean. He's like kind of looks at it, looks at it, kind of like the swords and blades, kind of like looks over and like kind of again grabs onto the one they have, and they're like, I'm so excited.
About whatever your sword could be.
Mm-hmm. And it's like they're like holding on to it, and they're like, I don't know, but once I unlock whatever it is, that's.
This is a really weird conversation to have in their house. I'll go and I'll see you like really early in the morning. Like how early in the morning are we talking?
Don't know. Whenever I wake up, I guess.
Do you live here or is it like?
Yeah, like he like that points at the door that's like right next to it. It's like
Okay,
it's
I'll
just
see you in the
self
morning.
business.
I'll see you in the morning. Goodbye.
Bye, Ymir.
And
then-
we're just gonna drag Velu.
But then whenever I unlock the blade of the sword, like it could be like, what if it's silver? What if it's like it kind of goes into like some detail with you. You see the little bit of the
didn't know
nerdy
you were-
side of Velu.
I didn't know you were such a nerd about swords.
He like
I
shuts
like
up.
No, it's cool. Like keep talking. Tell me everything.
You guys continue the chat on your way to wherever you wish to go. Are you guys going back to the house or?
Yeah.
One second, guys. I've been given a task to open a thing of ranch. I can't do it. Husbandly duties activate.
Bro, you gotta roll.
Come
Oh,
on,
roll.
you
Yeah,
gotta roll to
strength
open the
roll.
ranch.
Sleight of hand. Come on.
I'm pretty sure they super glue.
That's a 20. Let's go.
It's 20.
It was not. It was a 4.
Damn.
I can't open it.
I always get confused about them.
Hit it against the desk.
I can't.
Like the lid.
I can't.
Oh, that's a great
It's a
idea.
plastic lid.
Break
Use
it.
a knife. Use a knife.
Ah,
Have you
Shatter the
considered
fucking glass.
Scissors.
have
Scissors.
you
Use a
considered
gun.
firebolt?
Yeah, that's a good one. Or suggestion, maybe.
Yeah, I guess we die. Yeah, I guess we don't get ranch anymore.
Have you considered power word kill?
So sorry. Yeah, we'll pop back over to the rest of the group, all trying to open a bottle of ranch right now in their house. Like, all of you guys roll a strength roll.
Strength?
Yeah, all of you roll strength.
You want to actually do it? Okay.
Yeah, you're actually doing it.
9.
You guys
I
are
got
opening
a
sauce
9.
bottle.
30, 20.
Okay,
Well,
15.
15. Passing it along from the lowest to the highest. You guys are trying to open this jar that's stuck in Father Hughes's house, something you left behind over the year, but it's some good shit, to throw on some meat for sure. It's a marinade, and you're twisting, and you just can't. And even you guys, the same employments that you guys, some of you casting spells on it, like Father Cruz, you're like kind of like it just is casting spells on the bottle, trying to get it to open with prestidigitation or something. And you guys like eventually get to the point where it hands over to Mimosa and like just a flick of the wrist, just
I don't know why you guys were struggling so much.
I'm
It's just
upset
a
now.
lid.
I'm not mad.
It's a lid.
I'm upset.
You lucky Lucy.
Mhm.
you guys prepare your food.
Thank you, Mimosa.
Yeah.
You're welcome.
No need for any checks on that. You guys prepare some food inside the home of Father Cruz. Enjoy the beginnings of your meal while Ymir and Velu both step into the home to like jump back into your story.
Oh my
So
god, you guys cook without us.
So nice of you to join us.
Hi.
Next time you leave, let us know.
Velu like completely like looks up and is like, "Oh, I forgot."
Mm.
I mean, scratches the back of his head. But he doesn't look like sorry. It's just like, oh.
Thought you knew better, Ymir.
Even Bongo's inside like shaking his head like left and right.
I had to go to the blacksmith. I thought that was like.
Yeah, and you still
can't
you
read
still
your
might
mind,
say
Ymir.
something.
Oh, well, I don't like run off. Whenever I run off, like if I'm sad, I just like say that though. I don't think I'm like. I feel like I should be able to go to the blacksmith and come back.
I would just
Then
appreciate
get
it if
on
you
my
let us
ass.
know.
You
It's
were
okay.
okay. Carnelian, you were gonna go run off to a whole dangerous situation and fight off a group of pirates.
That's not the problem.
Okay. I just feel like there's a completely different. I understand. I'll
Sure.
say it before, but I just don't think it was that serious of a situation.
Would you guys have left 2 plates out for Ymir and Velu?
Yes.
Okay.
Yes.
Always.
Yeah. Then you guys see the 2 plates there. You see like there's smiles on some of the faces. Carnelian still, you have a little bit of a cold shoulder after the comment, but like there, then again, it's like touche.
Carnelian will be standing in the corner.
Brooding.
You aren't in
think-
timeout, Carnelian.
I think this time
I
Ymir
like
will
standing in
stand
the
with
corner.
Ymir will walk over and stand with Carnelian and eat.
You... Sorry, I do this for like my space, go to like a different corner.
Ymir will stay in the same corner. Oh my bad. I just wanted to try it out.
Velu sits down with the rest of you.
You like it over there?
I don't think it's my forte, but I'm not sure yet, and he'll continue eating.
It's my favorite corner.
Oh, we could switch.
No, it's fine.
How do you have a favorite corner already?
What makes it the best corner?
That's what I'm wondering.
The view
Like
of
the-
what?
Oh,
Of
is it
The
It's the
dining
couch.
table?
so you can kind of see everything?
Yeah, it's like I
Mm.
can just see all parts of it, and like
You can have it back.
But there's
now-
like a lamp right in front of it. You're just looking into the bulb, Carnelian.
Do you like how your shadow like cast out? You like your little,
It's a
not your
peaceful
little,
shadow.
your cool body.
Oh, by the way,
Um,
are you feeling freaky?
Carnelian, make a concentration. No, can make a Constitution check.
Oh god.
Everybody pray.
Put poison in it.
Dirty 20.
30-20. Yeah, you feel fine, but there are like lingering moments of like your mind where you kind of like are trying to also unlock whatever that is to see if it will come forth if you allow it to come forth. So you're teetering on like the edge of like will it come on its own if I just like let go right now? And like sometimes you like poke back to that emotion that you felt where Billy was kind of standing there and Idris was with you, like defensive, but also like this uprisal. And you feel as though there's no like pull in a direction. You just feel as though like maybe whatever happened was a one-off.
I think the new perspective of this corner is helping.
Such a little person.
Maybe you
with such
should
a
try
big
the other
shadow.
corner too.
I'll do next corner next time. I don't want to overstimulate myself.
You're just gonna walk over to Idris as they're like having their conversation, and he's gonna whisper, "Oh my god, you got to hear what I heard." And I was
Immediately, Idris grabs Ymir by the shoulders, and she like leans in close, and she goes, "What did you find out?"
Is this obvious? Like,
You have Idris has the message spell too, so I just feel like whenever we have these conversations, like
Oh,
My
yeah.
opinion is that we
That
use that.
leaning in is crazy.
Carnelian, you can make a perception check with disadvantage.
Alright.
Because if they're using the message cantrip, it's legitimately in a purpose to hide from other people. So
Yeah, 19, buddy.
with disadvantage,
Yep. My other one was 22.
Woo!
let me see what I can do here. Ymir and Idris, you have a passive. Okay, I just want to see if you notice Carnelian noticing, and that's what I want to find out in your passives. But I think with a 19, he manages to kind of overhear no matter what, anyways. So like, in your guys' mind, Carnelian can't hear anything. Like this is like the most private conversation you guys have ever had.
I come over to the blacksmith to get my new like emerald checked out, and she's like Robin's like all flustered or something, and I'm like trying to figure it out, and I see like that there's like a mark behind their like neck or something, and she tells me there was this mysterious blah 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 in the night came over, and I mean she was like all over the place. It's actually kind of insane. She almost hurt herself like on one of her welding jobs. I don't know, whoever this is, I need to get me some of that. Insane. I don't know. Idris? Guys, am I dead? Guys?
No,
We heard you just
You
fine.
Overloaded her brain.
I
She had an
muted.
aneurysm.
I don't know what happened, but my mic likes to die sometimes.
Oh, okay.
So
I thought I had to repeat all of that.
She was.
no,
she was
I heard you. I
speechless.
promise. I was. And she goes, on her neck.
Yeah.
Really?
Yeah, like they like apparently he was like the one who like took initiative or something. I don't know. It was crazy, but definitely left a mark.
Mhm.
Mentally, physically, spiritually.
Mm.
Fuck.
You know what? It's a good sign for her. I'm jealous.
You'll get your time.
Mm.
Ymir like he side eyes Carnelian and Mimosa because like we have like options.
Idris immediately leans back and she just laughs and pats his back. And then she immediately like eyes towards Father Cruz and kind of points
A
towards like a
smolder of a face
secluded area.
turning a smolder of Father Cruz's face in the corner, a glowing, glistening like Greek god
what they
face. Yeah.
Oh.
I want all kinds of pieces of that.
Mm. No
And that's
kidding.
not even in the whisper. Like Ymir just says that.
Mimosa's gonna look up. What?
Father Cruz,
Huh? What?
Yes?
do you mind if we have that conversation now?
Oh, sure. What did you need?
You mind if we go somewhere private?
Lead the way.
Thank you. Idris gets up and leads to whatever room is more secluded.
Sure. Both you kind of pull away for a moment. In that time, the rest of you spending your time in the kind of the living space of the area, finishing up whatever meal that was occurring to you. The night becomes more prevalent as you guys notice the sunset peeking from this magenta color to this dark blue to eventually a black outside where you guys can start seeing a little bit of the phrase of stars from the small slit windows that are in this building. The torches on in your house as always, Mimosa. You see that there's a bit of like a different like carrying it of the mood of the night, but also it's satisfying to see everybody in the same place at once.
So what did you need to talk about? Anything particular?
I actually had a couple questions for you. You may or may not have known this, but me and Mimosa had a conversation yesterday. And it kind of related to his form and kind of what ended up happening with all of that. This might be personal, but I'm just curious. How exactly did you adopt and find Mimosa?
I was out on a missionary up north. near where Lucia is, in fact.
Mm-hmm.
But I had just gotten caught up in the forest and I heard this child crying out.
Mm-hmm.
I didn't officially adopt him, if that's what you meant. There's no paperwork signed. It's just a crying child in the forest that needed me. I didn't find out until his condition until, well, lights out.
Mm-hmm. I was wondering, she kind of pulls out the map that she got and hands it over to Father Cruz to show him the contents. Let me send it.
Sending you a map so you can see the location.
Pentagon?
What?
I don't know.
What?
I was just wondering, with this, is this area kind of where you found him?
Crucial Point, like, dead center, the northern range. That's where it was.
Did he ever talk to you about this woman who, quote unquote, helped him?
Did he?
Has he spoken to you about that?
Mimosa, have you? Yes, no.
You guys are pulled aside for the moment. I'll let Father Cruz make a history check,
No,
and
that's,
then.
that's like an out of character question.
Oh, would you know?
Yeah.
Yeah.
He would know. He
Okay.
just doesn't know that Mimosa offed
Yeah, that's fair.
his mother.
Okay.
Right.
He did bits and pieces, but why do you ask?
Well, I was just wondering if there's a potential that we might be able to travel up north up there to see if that woman is still there, to see if she knows how to reverse Mimosa's condition. It's, he's a good friend to me and I want to help him, but I can't really do that alone. So I was just wondering where to start looking.
Well, it'll probably be farther north, since he wasn't exactly around then. Maybe where there's the break in the trees.
Mm-hmm.
I know there's settlements up there, but I've never been
That far?
north. Yes, they're pretty closed off up there.
I see. All right. Well, that's all. Thank you. I appreciate your help.
I appreciate your ideas, Idris. I think that's a really nice one you got going on.
My pleasure. If it, helps at all, I think it's a good idea to attempt to find proper care and knowledge on the situation. Besides going to the Feywilds and seeing how that goes.
Yeah, I think whatever means necessary.
Again, thank you, Father Cruz.
I'm glad Mimosa has a friend like you.
Please. He's helped me more than I've helped him.
You should try telling him that. You can hardly take a compliment without blowing it over.
Oh, I know.
Your rest of the time in this room is kind of shared with it's not like you can hear on the opposite side like some conversations of what's going on in the opposite room. The rest of you who are just enjoying food and like spending the time together, what's the conversations looking like?
Mimosa's looking at Ymir. Why are you hitting on my dad?
You hit on everyone.
But like,
I could hit on you if you want. Are you jealous?
Uh,
I'm sorry.
no.
My bad. I was just joking. But If you really want me to stop, I was gonna say like I could, but I don't actually know if I can. I'm not really sure, like genuinely, but I'll do my best out of
Thanks.
respect for our friendship.
I'm just gonna be sitting there a little confused.
Ymir's
Different
gonna be
emotions
sitting
in
there a
his
little
brain.
confused. This is a really awkward conversation.
Belu's like sipping a drink right now and like puts it down. They're like, I'm just gonna go to bed.
Good night.
Just
Good night,
waves to
Belu.
everybody. It's like, sorry for leaving. I should have said something, but I'll do that next time. I'll try my best, at least. And just goes to bed.
Why do you hit on everybody? He's looking back at Ymir.
Everybody's beautiful people to me. I lived quite a life with a lot of like people, and everyone has their own kind of beauty to them, and I just express it a lot more. I expressed it a lot when I was with the sand rats, but specific people I don't think it's like the right thing to do. Like Walter was kind of like my dad in a way, so I would never do that to him. And as much of a father figure as Cruz is, I still kind of feel like he's not my dad. So it's hard for me like to say that it would be the same kind of thought process as Walter.
Cornelian walks through them and gets a drink.
Kind of picking up the same glass that Velu had, just refill it up, like clean it out, refill it back up.
You see like Ymir like clear his throat as he walks past. But yeah, that's people are just interesting creatures to me, and I love to note it.
I don't know. I guess I don't really pay attention to people enough to like.
Really?
No.
I mean, it's like, is it just not beautiful to you?
Well, I mean, she's pretty. Mm.
Idris
She
and
has a
Father
big
Cruz step out
personality.
of the room at this point.
The
Both of
rest
you,
is
both
gonna
of
just
you,
like look the
yeah.
other direction.
I
We
think
could
you.
head up there
Yes.
after Caldora.
I think that's a good idea. But like I said, we have to get to Caldora within this month.
Oh yes, we can leave for there tomorrow.
If you don't mind, I'm not trying to brush anybody, but I do have to get over there.
Do any of
Well,
you
just remember-
know? Do any of you know where Caldora is other than Idris?
Mm-mm.
Father
I
Cruz
know where it
might.
is.
Yeah.
I physically remember it.
Oh yeah. So you guys just know like where it is. The journey from Solaria to directly to Caldora would be like a month of journey.
We're gonna go to Halabar and teleport.
Yes. So you guys' idea of going up north, the time it would take for you to get to Halavar is a maybe a week's travel if it's continuous, but you guys can probably do it a week and a half if there's no stops. If there's any stops, like any on the means for getting like food or anything like that, or like any issues occur, delaying your time will kind of put you in a position of like not making it there potentially. So it would be best suited to kind of keep a straight path. However, there are many places in between Halavar and Solaria, so it'd be hard to also not pay visits on those days. So, but there's many things between the two places. Without having to make anybody roll for this, the travel that you guys will face potentially upcoming to go to Halavar, you guys may be granted some opportunities to like go on missions or go on things like side quests and things of that nature, and there's a direct correlation to the veering of your path and also the missions that you already have set in place. So just keep in mind that Idris, your mindset is soon as possible. So just when you're looking at the times, you would take any route if it means it goes faster. So
Aye, Captain.
yeah. So there's a there's kind of like a journey like moment in the air as everybody kind of starts to get the vibe of like another adventure coming forth. All of you guys within the home share like understandings. Most of you are getting rather exhausted. You guys have traveled day and night from the morning to the night at this point. Legs are sore, bellies are now full for some of you, most of you, everybody. And the night comes.
We're just all sleeping, or because
It's up to you.
One big pile.
I'm going to stay up for a little bit.
Yeah, if there's anything you guys wish to do, but you guys, if not, you will turn in.
Mir's been working on his other scroll, just looking through it and stuff.
Okay.
Idris is currently decoding Laurent's book on the couch.
A lot of time spent on that.
Who wants to pray?
Oh, and any kind of notes that she makes is actually written in Leonin.
Ooh. Okay. Yeah. Make an investigation, Idris. Origin check for Father Cruz. Ymir, I need you to make an Arcana check. All three of you make your own individuals.
22.
Moses going to sleep.
Most is out. Night, night.
18.
21.
Okay. Arcana for Ymir. In looking at the scroll and the way that you've been crafting these, you've even when you're crafting scrolls with Carnelian in his like Echo Shift plane, 4 hours of your day, you have an extra 4 hours that you've been kind of packed into this day alone, and you're already feeling kind of like that weariness in your eye, like not an exhaustion, but the time dilation and change, and that's remarkable to you. And you're starting to like kind of get a kick in of like what like tethers that kind of like time difference, and what was Carnelian feeling, what is Velu feeling. He was barely in there. There's a like Father Cruz, even your tiredness seeps at you as well, and even in your checks. Even in a religion, there's a lot of moment where you murmur and think to yourself like, this is off-putting in time, and I feel like I should have been asleep like hours ago. But Ymir, you crank another moment for doing your arcane focuses and things that you've been collecting the time. You're looking at the crystal that you had just received too. It's spectacular. It definitely has like indeed a potential of some kind that you could be using. But it's it's still not unlocked in your mind yet.
Ymir will look over at Bongo, and he'll say, "You better be inspecting that ether gem that you got for yourself. See what you can do with it." I'm gonna head in.
Just kind of like he's been looking at it, and you see he just kind of like looks at you and is like, "Well, I don't know what to do what you do,
No, don't do what I do.
but like
Respect.
I'm not trying to. I just think like what can I do?"
You don't have to do magic. Magic is definitely not for everybody.
Would
I
it-
feel as though
Would it help
What?
people?
anything can help people, Bongo.
Mm.
It just depends on what you do. It's not about what you pick. It's just like how you do it.
You're so wise, Father.
Not really, but I'm gonna go to sleep. Good night, Bongo. Love you. And then he'll lay down and just pass out.
Yeah, you lay down. He like takes a couple more moments to stare at the crystal, and in your mind, you can still hear the little whispers of Tether before you fall unconscious of like, what can I be? Who am I? And just like these like little like whispers go as you fall asleep. A little unnerving, but also like, yay, good for him. And you fall asleep to this.
I'm gonna go. Be back.
Idris, Father Cruz. Idris, for your investigation, is there a book that you found more interesting than the others, or are you just kind of like skimming through them all?
I'm kind of skimming through them all, mostly trying to connect the dots to see if anything correlates with another thing, based upon the first 2 volumes and the third that she has.
I mean, the name of Lyle Murdoch comes back again as you guys remember like the Fey memory loss uh, curse. This curse of the Fey where people like returned back and they lost all their memories.
Hmm.
And you remember that was a case that your brother took.
Hmm.
Otherwise, yeah.
She pauses to gnaw on like the tip of the pencil that she's writing with, and she just sighs.
Yeah, there's not much else. I mean, a lot of your brother's notes are like more equations than they are words, and as you see the alchemical like reactions of two different like compounds trying to make a, a actual like herbal medicine, you see failure, 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 failure. A lot of Laurent's notes here are about how it doesn't work,
Hmm.
and you see where paper has crumpled and ripped in some places out of the book. You see there's a story of like the tale of like Laurent becoming a well-mannered like intelligent person and becoming like the the role and position he has, the way that he wrote changed over time, discovering kind of your brother through words. The Leonin writes less than the common now after you get to the end of these volumes,
Hmm.
and most of it at the end of them kind of reprise the same um, melancholy of all these things I've made in mistakes. This is like a footnote. It's like all these mistakes I've made have only led me to better and greater foundations of the truth. I am so curious on what I could have done at home knowing what I knew now.
Idris closes the book.
Yeah, and this ends on that chapter. Yeah, and the eyes grow tired. Father Cruz, your religion check. Is there any message you're trying to pass along?
Cruz just wants to pray his thankfulness for the gang of 5 people being put onto his path. That's it.
You have a message that comes across to you. It's not in any like, it's not a voice more than it is a message that comes in your own words in your own mind. It's just as if you were to speak to yourself and like solve your own riddle. And the words speak, look to the skies in our coming days, for the time approaches. And like in that kind of answer moment, you wonder if like that was your thoughts or injected in there, and like you kind of like shake the head a bit. With your religion check, you gain the understanding that a message has been passed to you, like something of like greater purpose. It's the same way of like another voice like telling you like, what are you doing, and it doesn't come through as like haunting as it used to. It comes through as, this is information you should know.
Cruz will like nod to himself and get ready for sleep.
You make rest fairly easy, Father Cruz, being way past your bedtime, and a 4-hour difference. Idris, eyes grow weary, tired. Carnelian, you wait for one by one the people of your home just kind of fall asleep. Idris, the last one awake, kind of still in these books. You still in your corner. Just you've been standing here the whole time, just like watching the time fly and pass. The darkness has taken you. You are a shadow in the night, and you see Idris is currently like the head's nodding a bit. Kind of like
I'll enter.
this
It
like
just falls asleep and I'll
wavers.
sneak out.
Yeah, you see Idris. Do you like? Is there any interesting things that Carnelian notices about you before you just kind of like nod off?
That she, whatever book that she's holding, she just kind of hugs onto it, and her head is perched onto her other hand, and she's just asleep like that.
Yeah. So wherever they were like researching at a desk or table, potentially even in the center of the room, like not even at their bed, like where they would rest, they just kind of nodded off at the table.
Seeing that, Carnelian will find a blanket and put it over Idris and then sneak out.
Yeah. It just you fall asleep even deeper. as Carnelian sneaks away. We follow Carnelian into the night. Make a stealth check.
I'm having my hood up, so advantage.
Yes.
$23.
Okay. Father Cruz, well, actually, just Cat. I need you to roll a D100 for me.
Hey.
Nah, I'll do this later. Yeah, just Cat.
78. You know what? Let me add a guidance to the. Okay, I'm good.
Guidance to my percentile roll. Okay. So, okay. Okay.
Oh boy.
Okay. Carnelian, the stealth of the night is hard to. It's easy to find shadows in all the lanterny lights that cross between buildings. The alleys are your friends. The rooftops are your friends. You take notice immediately that the guard has been stocked up from the days that have passed. Father Cruz and Mimosa have already talked about this to you. And it creates a damper for a lot of the movement and decisions that you make prior to where it was just an open kind of city. You understood at this point when you're kind of like jumping from like a rooftop to a rooftop and swinging from like a rope that of like hanging clothes down and slyly like kind of clawing onto the side of a building back down to the ground. You take notice of why it was so easy to conquer this place. The province soldiers just walked right in, and now you see the soldiers that are kind of like these guards that are posted in sentry. This would have been enough to stop it, because even you're having a hard time getting out to the main road. Every once in a while you have to cross between like the main road and like the way between the town center to get to a point walking behind strangers, just bumping into people to make a distraction. Your stealth becomes passive as the arrival to a location you say is.
I want to go to that guy's house. I forgot what his name was, but it starts with an M.
Yeah, walking up to the House of M, you kind of see on the side of the building there is a faint light that comes from inside, but nothing that was bright as the first time you entered. What do you want to do?
I want to go straight to that crate.
The door is closed. What do you want to do? How are you getting
The
inside?
front door?
Yeah, the front door's closed.
Could...
You were also, by the way, you still remember how the door is locked. There is a actual wooden thing that is on the opposite side of the, like, it's actually like a wood bar and metal stake. It's not like a key. It's a
From
actual.
the floor up?
No, like imagine like
or-
you had a wood plank and you put it across a door and you just put it between two metal like prongs.
I'll try to go through a window then.
Yeah, you look around for the windows. You see one that you could probably crawl through. It's not glass and it's not open, but you do see it is like transparent. It looks like it's kind of like embedded into the sandstone working of like this home.
Is there maybe something that I could like a... Does he have a chimney?
Make an investigation check as you look around the entirety of the house, like the outside.
16.
Okay. You see two things that are actual good potentials. First off, the roof does have a chimney. You don't know what the size is of the chimney, but you do know that sometimes there's a fluke that you can go through and like get through. Maybe there's something even like some type of like opening for the roof or something. But we do notice is that there is a back cellar door.
Okay. I'll try the cellar door first.
The cellar door opens.
Okay. Sneak my way slowly through.
You step inside the home. There's no light down here. As your dark vision takes the advantage of like the grays and the blacks of the underneath of this place. Underneath you see a rat kind of you see like small, like small like left behind like fecal matter, like each like the what might be crawling down here over time. You see storage of different like what looks to be like wine down here or ale, dwarvish.
Is there a way upstairs to get to?
You just
Like the main hall?
continue to take a look around. Did you close the cellar door behind you?
Yes.
Okay. I need you to make a sleight of hand check.
Okay.
This is to prevent the door from like closing loudly and drawing attention. This is a big door.
22.
Okay. You manage to put both your hands on it and slowly lower it. And there's a moment where you see like the light of scouts passing in your perception, and you lower it just in time before they make their appearance around the corner. And you can hear like the murmuring of like, I can't believe we're doing this. And it's like, yeah, it's Father Cruz and them. And they came in, they took their stuff, and it's like you hear them like kind of whispering and walking off. You continue down the area. You look inside. There is a ladder that crawls upstairs. You see that there is a trap door.
I will try to go through it.
You try to go through. You see there's a little bit of resistance as you slowly push on it. There is a keyhole though, so you can try to pick it if you like.
Can I use my sleight of hand that I just did, or no?
Do you have these tools?
No.
Okay. If you want to try to pick this, it's not going to be with any proficiencies or anything. It's going to be a D20 roll plus your. You don't have any tools. You have to use something.
I have Tinker's tools.
You can try that. You use it with your Tinker's tools. You can try to use it with Tinker's tools to try to pick the lock. However, you're going to do so with disadvantage because these are not what the tools are meant for.
What if I just did it with like my cat claws?
It would be a straight roll, but there'd be no bonuses.
Okay, what is my bonus with Tinker's tools?
Your bonus would be proficiency plus dex.
What is my proficiency?
+2, I believe, right now.
Okay, so D20 plus 7. Or just a flat? I'll do flat.
All right, a flat roll. Your DC is for this lock, it's a 13.
Okay. Well, when you say it like that, I
No,
kinda
you
wanna
already
roll-
decided. You already decided. I only told you the
okay.
DC after you decided.
9.
Okay. Doesn't seem to budge a bit. You might have to use something else. Your Tinker's tools just can't seem to pry open the little pads on the lock itself. You might have to use something
Oh
else.
no, I rolled with my claws.
Oh, to use your claws for the yeah. You just can't reach your finger in there. Like it's not. It
Can I
just.
try with tools then?
If you want to try with tools now, you can. You do risk breaking them. Just FYI, unlike any type of critical fails or anything like that.
Oh, okay, that's fine.
Yeah, just a risk. Roll with disadvantage.
Okay. 15, 22.
All right.
Holy
With a
shit.
With a 15, you just managed to get that last
No,
click.
I mean, it's 22.
Disadvantage.
My other one was a nat 20, Jacob.
Oh, shoot. I'm looking. I thought those were the added rolls, not the base rolls. I just looked at the roll. Okay. Yeah.
I rolled
With
it on the server. 'cause-
With a 22, the Tinker's Tools, you managed to find an opportunity because this lock is old. You managed to find the point where it's actually just a screwdriver piece, basically, where it's a flathead. You shove your Tinker Tool in it, and you just like kind of twist it, and you hear a snap of something. You feel as though you broke the lock, but it is unlocked. Your Tinker Tools are fine.
I'll go up and then close the door.
The door
gently behind
opens.
it, unlocking.
Gently closed. You are now inside the house. A dim light rears from the bedroom, but no one else is in the house. It is quiet. You are like there's like you look around and you see that the only light coming through is from the bedroom area. You don't see anything. You're in the kitchen right now. Like you're like in the kitchen of this house and you're like looking around like dishes and things like that. The same house you were in. The table's still there. The living space you kind of walk and like sneak through.
Can I look for Marin, but like without him trying to, like looking for him without trying to reveal myself to him?
Yeah, you're in stealth, so you're fine. Someone would have to be like looking for you to try to notice you at this point. You are like tiptoeing through this place. Very slight steps, nimble. You walk through the living space where you guys were once at. You see like the fiery chimney smoke that has settled on the chimney, and you see the embers that still remain. From the flue of the chimney, you can see now you would have never fit down the chimney. There's like grates that block the bottom that you would have had to deal with. But from good news, you kind of walk past this living space, turn the corner in the bedroom that you had seen before. You see Marin resting in the bed. You see the box right there, and you see the nightstand. The nightstand has a candle on it, where it kind of leaves a light.
Okay. I will. I'll kind of move the candle. Fuck. Is he turned? Like when he's sleeping, is he rolled?
He's on
with
his back asleep.
Okay.
Like back is asleep, staring to the ceiling, like an old man.
Okay.
He has what's it called on? The blockers, like the mask on, like that. What would be the sleep like? Are they? Is there a name for that? I don't know if that has.
It's
a
an eye
name.
mask.
Eye mask.
Like
Thank
an
you.
eye mask.
Yeah, he has an eye mask on.
Okay. Cornelia will snuff out the light
Okay.
first.
First thing you do is you blow out the light. I'm gonna do something real quick. Okay. You see, in snuffing out the light, the smoke travels. You see, Carnelian's sight in the dark is much better than like what you can see in the day sometimes. And what you see is the smoke travel towards the direction where you blow the candle, moves across the nose of Marin, and you see they turn their body towards like you. They're not asleep, but they maneuver their body and just like.
Okay. I would know moving this box would probably make a bunch of noise, huh?
It's up to you.
I mean, out of the experience of just moving it earlier,
I mean,
would I know it would make a bunch of noise?
it's
if I
heavy
would
for
just
sure.
move
If you
it?
try to drag it, yeah. But you could try to do it in unison with the snores. What do you want to try to do here? The game is yours. What do you want?
Okay. I think what I'm going to do is I'm going to remove the cover. I know he didn't lock it, so I'm going to
Yep.
slowly lift off the top.
Puts it to the side just fine. You look inside. There's still the items that were in there before, plus some other things.
Okay. I remember that I organized it, so in theory it should be able to
Yes.
pull out what I want.
Yes.
Okay.
What do you want to pull out?
I want to take the gold bars.
Yeah, 5 gold bars are in there. Just fly into your astral like bag and just disappear. Quiet.
Okay. And then I'll put everything back. I'll take a note of the items.
The other
Good
items
stuff.
that are in here that you now notice, you see mithril armor that is like left back here. There's like more. You see there's that drawstring that you saw before. It is kind of like draped over where the gold was, and it fell to the side. You see it's glowing a little bit, like it has like a translucence in the night. You see a ring that's placed like kind of right next to it a little bit. The ring is ordained with like different types of like scratches and what looks to be runes all over it. And then the same things were before: the gloves, there's a battle axe that is like kind of leaned to the side of like the bed.
I will
Oh, also there is there are brass knuckles also on the inside that you see as well.
Okay. Carnelian's gonna put the box back how it was with the cover over it.
Just taking the gold
As well.
bars.
Yeah, I'm just taking the 5 gold bars.
All right, you take the 5 gold bars. One by one, they drop into the bag. As she's tried to place the cover back on, I need you to make another sleight of hand check.
Okay. Nine.
A moment of panic ensues, Carnelian, as you notice by moving the gold bars, you had migrated some of that armor and shifted it to where the top of the armor now pokes out from the top. without being able to take a moment to reach your hand over, you kind of like drop the top of the crate, and it hits the top of the crate and makes this smell like a small smack of wood. It hits each other, and as that occurs, you see like you get out of here. You, who is it? You see like he is currently like he throws a hand out and grabs the axe by his bedside and swings it wildly. I need you to make a dexterity saving throw.
Okay. Could in the reaction of me dropping it, could I have done something?
This is a reaction right now.
Okay. Dex save. 19.
You duck. Being of a smaller stature has its factors as you are a short king. The drop from your size like barely nicks a little bit of the hairs off the top, and you see the wall. The axe flies across the bed, hits the opposite side of the wall, lands into the wall, and you see like there's a moment where it like stops. It's like, I got you, you stupid fucking lich. Falls back asleep.
Okay. I'm gonna throw not throw. I'm gonna gently put the cover over the crate. I'm gonna try to collect my hairs.
Yeah, the cover's on now after you dropped it, but the sound had like just disturbed this person. They fall back asleep, and their arm is like up and raised, like on the bed. They still have a directive like sight towards you, but their things, the eye mask is still on.
I want to collect my little hairs.
The tiny little hairs on the ground. You just kind of like try to find them. I think this is a perception check with disadvantage, actually. Looking for black hairs in the middle of the night.
Even with dark vision?
Dark vision's not going to highlight your hairs for you, dude.
I'm saying, you know what?
Like,
Fair.
that's crazy. 11. Okay. You pick up a few.
Okay. And Cornelia will leave.
Yeah. You tiptoe, moving your way back. Looking around the house still, lots of interesting demeanor and decor. Just around the room itself, you see like other maps of things. Like you look around, you see like a map of like Halavar that's on there. Like the big circle-ish ring of like the holy city. You see that there's like different like paintings that have been acquired with gold trimming around the paintings. You see the kitchen itself has like these pots and pans of like cast iron and what looks to be maybe even of like some of Robin's work. It looks like it has like some of the symbologies and such of the same, like the tusks with the wings on the side. You're taking notice of this, and like a soft eye approaches it. You go back over to the trap door, open it up. It is broken. The lock is like in shambles.
Okay. Yeah, I'll just I'll go back through it. I won't repair the lock, and I'll just leave.
Yeah, you just go. As you kind of take your step back and you walk to the back of the back area where the cellar door was, I need you to make a perception check with disadvantage as well. You're hearing for footsteps outside without opening the door too early.
Okay. At disadvantage?
This is also disadvantage because you don't have a sight here.
Oh. Okay.
It's dark and you're listening for footsteps. 11. You hear footsteps outside, and you hear like the footsteps kind of stop and be by the cellar door. You hear a conversation.
Okay. I'll wait until the noise stops.
You pause for a bit. You're like waiting. The conversation draws like to a close for a moment. Two people like kind of shake hands of some kind, and they just walk off. And you hear the footsteps that leave. And for a moment, you find an opportunity where you might be able to get out and not be seen.
I'll take that opportunity.
Door opens, slightly goes down. You don't make any noise leaving it back. And now you are a mystery in the night. The cloak covers your appearance and you vanish. Carnelian, you return back to the house.
Can I actually go to Robin?
Ooh. The cloaked hood. What is the appearance? What Robin is currently like turning in for the night in their own home. What do you do? Like you find a moment. You know how the doors work. You've already kind of inspected and investigated the entirety of the area. You see Robin is like making their bed for the night, basically. Like they're currently like putting like their working clothes away. Their boots are off. They're currently like throwing like food in a little bit of food that's kind of like on the side, like kind of cooking on the side a little bit. They seem to be like sitting down the edge of their bed and just kind of like looking and just their hands on their chin, looking towards like the food, looking towards the house, the bed, and just like kind of looking in a direction outside from any type of perceptive window. And as you kind of jump from roof to roof, you land on top of the roof very silently and nimbly. But you see the window pane where you could enter if you wanted to.
I'm gonna hang out the window and knock on it. Lightly
Little-
so she can hear.
A little tap of glass occurs as there's a moment of like eyes rearing to you and like an eyebrow raise, and like the hand slips for a second off of the face and just looks.
Oh wait.
Are you? Did you knock and like disappear?
No, I'm not. I'm still there.
Okay, I didn't know if you knocked and disappeared because that'd be fucking like insane. Like,
Scare for the night.
yeah. You knock, and for a moment she looks and like kind of perceives a little bit. She walks up to the window, still not being able to really like make out what's behind it. Opens the window and sees you, and she's like, "Oh my."
Cornelia will reach out and grab her hand.
Just grabs your hand. Just nods her head.
Okay, we're going in.
And cut to black. We're gonna take a break.
Let's go.
Because I really need to use the bathroom, and also give you guys a little bit of early bird special right here. Carnelian just going for it, and I'm loving it. All right. Man, what got 2 wins tonight? All right. Is everybody here?
Yes.
You're
Okay, we're gonna return back at the top of the hour. Is that fine?
Yeah, works for me.
Aye, Captain.
I don't. All right. I'm gonna mute. Y'all do what you like. Bye bye. We are so back. It's not even
We're
funny.
so back. We're so back.
We're so fast.
We're so fast. We're so back.
I ate so quickly.
Yeah.
I had some chicken katsu. It
Mm.
was leftovers, but it was real good.
Mm.
I'm still chewing.
As you should be.
You said you had pho earlier, right?
Yeah, it was really good. I haven't tried that place out before, and it was cheap. And I was like, well, let's try it, and it
I
was delish.
I love pho. So good.
Me too.
What's that?
Vietnamese like noodle soup. So good.
Similar to ramen, but it's like kind of like stockier and has like thinner noodles basically. I can't
Rice
really
noodles.
compare it.
Rice noodles as opposed to the other kind.
I think it's good.
I love rice noodles.
It smacks.
Noodle.
It hits,
I've never
especially when it's
yet.
cold outside. Ugh. Pho on a cold
Maybe I
day.
had to take his friend of war.
I know, but it's like he said that he'd be gone at like he'd leave at what was it, 8:25?
If he left early.
Are we not going to be expecting him back soon?
I'm
He's
just
actually
wondering,
quitting
like,
the campaign. You just let me know. Just
Yeah.
DM it to me, guys.
I'm just wondering like how long the trip takes, like there and back.
To Halavar or to Caldora?
No,
for
Nim.
Nim.
Nim's
Oh.
going to Halavar.
Sorry, I'm still stuck in the game, guys. I forgot y'all are real people.
I forgot y'all had personality
And
outside
life.
of the
His name
game.
is Cruz.
And need food. I steal your dinner time away, and this is how I treat you.
Wait, does that mean that your first name is the?
Yeah.
Kind of lame, I'm gonna be honest.
It's not even like a proper noun. It's just a transitive verb. Like it's a possessive, like transitive. I don't even think the is actually a theoretical real word.
Come back.
I think it's a preposition. I think that's what it's called.
I don't know. I was never good at grammar.
Jacob, I'm gonna send you a picture.
Feedback.
Don't worry about it.
Oh boy.
Feedback!
Can I have a picture?
No, it's for something else.
Alright, then I'm gonna send you a picture.
Oh god.
I
Oh.
need a way that I can install this on my phone.
Okay.
So I'm just sending you the picture so I can download it.
Okay. Gotcha. Context-wise, nothing having to do with anything, by the way. Just FYI. With everybody returning, we're gonna continue some night antics, and then we're going to establish our route. So, with that being said, jumping back in. Carnelian, your night's not over.
Vicky.
Okay.
You
After
whatever.
whatever happens with Robin, I'd like to okay. So here's what I have in mind. Whenever I go into my area, right?
Mm-hmm.
I'm not saying this during whatever's going on with Robin. I'm saying afterwards. It lasts for 4 hours, and you need 8 hours of sleep to get a full rest, right?
Yes.
So, am I able to go into my area, sleep in there for 4 hours, come out, sleep the rest of 4 hours, and then still get back home early?
Long rests are continuous sleep. If you have a distinctive break in that sleep, like between like using your incantation and then also like going back out into the real world, it's just like remember what I said. The time difference is very different for where you're at versus where you're going to. The time remains relevant to where your position is, but let's say you did take the rest for 4 hours and you came out and you rested another 4 hours. It doesn't recharge any faster, if that makes sense. Like it's still going to be a long rest, but you're just adding now another 4 hours to your day.
Yeah, so
you don't get
my
additional
thought process-
recharge in that sense.
Yeah, no. My thought process is that because I've already spent a bit of my time during the night and I'm out, what I want to do is I want to have a head start on my sleep in my zone and then come out, sleep for another 4 hours, like just in the real world, and then go back to the house and be there when everyone wakes up.
You would
That's
be
what I
able
want
to
to
do that regularly. However, you have already used your thing for the day. So you would have to recharge it in a normal long rest first, and then you could do that. Because it's still the same
Okay.
day of travel that you guys have done.
That makes sense. Okay, I'll just sleep normal then.
Yeah.
And then,
Yeah, you have a glorious night, I imagine. But if you return back to Father Cruz, his home, let me know.
yeah, I'd like to as soon as my rest is over, so I get that long rest benefit.
Yeah,
But
you early in the morning.
yeah.
Okay.
I'd like to, as I'm leaving, how much did you say those gold bars were worth individually?
You didn't. Your perceptive look at those gold bars caught a glimmer of like potential like rarity to that. You assume every gold bar is worth about 500 gold pieces, maybe 1,000, somewhere between the range of that. And you have like you don't have a certainty right now. Like you have to get them, you have to sell them still, right? And if you
Okay.
don't sell them, you just turn them into some place that's going to trade it for you in gold value. Whether it's
Okay.
like market price or you turn it around and someone just wants a gold bar. Like for example, if you brought the gold bars to Robin, like maybe they use that. But that's also like a, are you taking someone's money at that point and just kind of cycling it? It'd be bad.
Right.
It'd be bad to do it in the same town.
Okay. What I want to do is after my rest, I want to go outside and just leave Robin in bed and then go to her like blacksmith area and then hide a gold bar in her area.
Okay. She's locked down her place, by the way. Like, this is like you'd have to break into it in order to leave something in there. If you want to leave it like in the place you're arresting, that's fine. But as far as like getting into like the blacksmithing area, that's all locked down. Like that's
So like it's a separate like
Mhm.
section.
Yeah. You can steal
Okay,
Robin's
that makes
keys potentially and just like open the
Oh.
doors.
Yeah, I'll do that.
Make a sleight of hand check.
Okay. 19.
Swipe some keys.
I'll go into her area, hide a gold bar, go back, put her keys back, and then leave for where everyone else is sleeping.
Like you were never there.
Yep.
But you were for sure there. The off the window ledge of Robin's home, like Batman or a gargoyle, you just see Carnelian in the shadow once again, just like grab onto the rooftop and swing himself backwards, like kind of like doing that pull up motion where you're pulling yourself upwards and backwards. He pulls himself onto the roof and just starts like sprinting through the night. It's like a scene from Aladdin. It's really interesting to kind of capture this moment and like the brightness of like what is not a moon but a planet in the sky. You arrive back before the sun rises. The rest of you have finished a long rest at this point. Everybody arises from Father Cruz's home. Carnelian, you're opening the door and closing it. Idris, it's at the moment the door opens and closes that you like bonk your head onto the table and wake up from your long rest.
Oh.
But there's a blanket over you.
Hmm?
Carnelian's at the front door. Hood is up.
What? She points at him, and instead of like speaking, she uses message, and she goes, "Where did you go?"
I had to. I had a few things I wanted to do during the night.
What does that mean?
It's nothing important, really.
It's kind of important since you didn't tell anybody.
Well,
No,
thought it
don't
was
be a
different
no,
because
don't be a,
everybody
no,
else gets
don't
to,
be, don't be a hypocrite. We just got Onyemir and Velu for this.
Well, you were all also asleep.
Yeah, the two of you right now are the only ones awake right now, but I will say Father
Someone will go
Cruz
sit
and
on the couch.
Mimosa. I think it's going to be Mimosa first, actually. Father Cruz and Velu and Ymir, you're going to be really late to rise this morning because all three of you are 4 hours ahead of everybody from being within like Carnelian's like bubble. Velu would be like the third to last awake, but Ymir and Father Cruz are pounding in your head as you realize like the after effects of having extra hours in your day and going to bed at the roughly the same time. Mimosa is probably the first to awaken to kind of walk into Idris and Carnelian's conversation.
They're gonna hear a thump from behind his door of like him falling from his bed, a groan as he slowly rises, and it just opens the door.
Yeah, you guys kind of like silence for a second, but Idris, you still have this like kind of fieriness, but also like you kind of swallow yourself a bit as you notice Mimosa walk through the door like with a morning like pleasantry that they have.
Idris raises a hand and waves, and then she kind of like rubs her eyes because it wasn't really comfortable to sleep at the table.
Why'd you?
The book is still like kind of hugged to your chest. You have like an imprint on your chest.
Oh,
Why did you sleep at the table?
I guess I fell asleep here. I don't
Oh.
remember grabbing this blanket though.
I did that, but
Oh.
Oh, cute.
Oh, well, thank you.
yeah, no problem. I
Where
would have
did you
started
end up sleeping?
cooking.
Nobody
Out on the couch.
on the couch? Is there anybody on the couch right now?
Nope. Well, no. Ymir is, but Ymir is like clocked out right now, like sleeping like ugly right now. Ymir was up late in the night, also an extra 4 hours in their day. They are sleeping pretty ugly right now, like full face into the bed itself, into the couch pillow itself, like suffocating themselves, fully like arms out, like over encompassing the entirety of the bed.
It was a
Mimosa,
fun
he's
night.
gonna put his hand on his chin, and he's gonna try to put his own clues together.
Oh boy.
You slept on the couch with him?
As you can see, it wasn't a good night, and he kind of like scratches the back of his head, as you can see, is
For
like
him or you?
for me. You see how well he's sleeping?
Balancing comfort.
Ymir, it's dry mouth. Like it's a moment where you're starting to hear the words, and it's like that like groan of why the hell are people talking so early in the morning? But
I guess both of
Stop.
us.
make a nature check, Ymir.
Where'd my sheet go? 15.
Time's weird. It's supposed to be like 4 in the morning right now for your mind, but then as soon as like you notice like the sun and like coming from the windows, and you kind of look around, you realize that you're kind of late to rise right now.
Oh shit! He's gonna get up immediately, go quickly, like fix his hair, pass your dissertation, this, and that. He doesn't even like talk to anybody, and then he leaves.
Yeah.
Oh,
Yeah, you go.
Okay.
Father
Go into the
Crew
blacksmith before you guys like lose your minds. Bye.
But
just vanishes from the house, and it's a swiftness to it. Cornelia, you kind of take a look to the right, and you see like a face of like excitement as Ymir just drives away from the home.
Mm.
you guys are gonna run Robin into her grave.
I think it's this all to the time where Father Cruz notices they're waking up an hour later than they typically do. So there's
Why is everybody up so early?
Why are you
I
up
wanna-
so late?
I don't want to be that
What are
guy,
you like?
but I'm kind of hungry, but I don't want to like burn the food.
Mimosa go open his bag
Oh.
of clothing and pull out a turkey.
just a turkey leg and then another one, and then you just pull out the whole
No,
turkey.
the whole turkey. The whole turkey.
Bits and pieces.
Well, I can cook if you guys are that impatient.
I would clean the dishes.
I mean, I'd eat it cold.
Father Cruz, you're still piecing together
Okay.
the time. like your eyebrows are like your eyebrows have gone and furrowed, and like you're looking left and right now, like the early
Cruz just
risers.
keeps- Cruz just keeps looking at like the grandfather clock.
Are you okay, Cruz?
Did you guys tamper with this? What's it off?
No. What do you mean off?
Father, nobody tampered with the clock. I don't think anybody knows how to work that clock but you.
Yeah.
It's an hour slow in your mind. But as that occurs, Father Cruz, you like eventually like come back into your natural like feeling as you kind of feel that whelm of like long rest hit, but still like you were nearing ports of exhaustion in the night. The rest of Velu awakens as well, and just kind of takes a seat at the table to assist with anything and move on with you. I'm going to point over to Ymir to see what they're going on with. You arrive to the blacksmith. Early in the morning, you already see like kind of draped around, getting their like apron and like different like protection gear on, gloves, boots. They are preparing to like ignite their fire and forge. And as you're before they're able to step into their work, you approach them kind of in the street a little bit as they're kind of like making their way around from their home to their place of business. Oh, Ymir.
Hi.
Yeah, you did say
Hello.
you were coming, didn't you?
Yep, rise and shine. I'm
Huh.
here.
All right, let's try.
He has like knots in his hair, and like like it's not fully finished yet. Like it's, I don't even know how to explain it.
You
It's just
seem like
morning
you had a
hair.
night. Any entanglements with you?
I was just a little bit late.
Oh, you're not late.
How about
It's
you?
early. I mean,
I was planning on getting here before you even got up,
oh well.
but
You're
I
here
got a
now.
little tired.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And
So,
I
how was
managed
your
to
night?
sleep. I mean, I slept in, so it was nice.
It's nice.
Yeah. I mean, it is what it is, and you know, it's. Let's get started.
That was interesting. Yeah.
This kind of like turns it
Insight
like a
check.
base.
Can I insight check?
If you want to, sure. It's gonna be a high check.
I only got like a 15.
No, you can't really see much on the face. A focus kind of comes through as work begins, and do you just hand her the material and try?
Yeah.
All right. She looks and inspects. She says, "I don't think I can." Looks at the gem. She has to find out the rarity of it. Ooh, she rolled high. This is for the emerald, right?
Yeah.
She looks at the emerald. This is pretty rare. Much rarer than the sapphire. I don't really feel comfortable in. I don't know if I can. I mean, I could try, but I feel really terrible. Again, like I said, this is new for me. If it breaks, then I don't want to be like ruining whatever you're trying to do. This is gonna be much. This one's gonna be much harder. That's all I'm saying.
Could I give you some help in any way?
Are you
while
familiar
do
with
it?
smithing tools
Mm,
or like jeweler's tools?
I'm
Yeah,
familiar with alchemist supplies.
that doesn't really help, unfortunately. That's kind of more for
Maybe I could cast a spell.
what kind of spell?
Um, I have prestidigitation or
Was
mending.
mending might help in case there's a break, but like the material itself is magical, right? So I don't know if mending will work.
Uh, it's just like
I
I
can
don't know
do
when I'm gonna
this.
see another black
I
mark.
can try to do this, but if it fails, I'm gonna feel very guilty. When it breaks, I can't bring it back.
How long do you think it'd take?
If I'm really careful, a couple days.
Days? No.
Because this
Okay.
the emerald has it has to form, the gold has to sit, and emerald can shatter very easily.
Okay,
It's
never mind.
it's a long process, and I'm sorry, Ymir,
No, it's fine. It's okay.
but it is a rare piece. That's probably worth like 1,000 gold.
That's interesting.
I don't know where you got it from, but that's
I
very.
got it from the nice old man. He had like a bunch of stuff.
Oh, what's his name?
Marin.
Marin. I made an X for him at one point.
Oh,
When
that's nice.
it was came when he was older, but like he wanted me to fix his old one. It was magical, of course. Couldn't fix it, so instead I had him a custom made one, and he seemed to appreciate that too.
He's a
Not
nice
magical,
guy.
but yeah, he's super nice. I mean, I don't see him often walking around.
Nah, but he has a lot of history. Like he knows 3 important people in my life.
I mean, it's a small world.
I don't know how. I mean, yeah, I guess. I just found that's really interesting, for sure. And then he let us have like different. He had a bunch of different items,
I
and
mean,
one of them was that. And my familiar Bongo got an ether gem.
Oh, that's cool. I haven't seen one of those. What's that?
I could show you one of the. I look over out.
Bongo's like
Bongo.
flying like on like up in the like area and kind of like just like peeking out at things. She used to look at Bongo and it's like, oh, weapons. Can I use weapons? I don't think I can. Maybe if I got a small one, like a.
Hey,
Oh no, I
Bongo.
got the scimitar. Oh, yep, this like flies down.
Can you show her the ether gem that you got?
Am I giving it to her?
No.
Okay.
Just like show.
Shows the ether gem, and she's like looks down. It's like, oh, it's actually a pretty big size.
Yeah.
Yeah, I don't really ever see them like larger than a coin. So this is actually really something.
I don't know if I could do anything with that one with my research.
What are you planning on doing?
Well, like sort of the same thing that I was doing with the sapphire, but like I'm pretty sure that doesn't really work with my magic.
If I were to guess for this is something. I don't. I'm gonna make a history check for Robin. Okay, they're smart, but not like. They kind of just shake their head and scratch, and they're like, "This is kind of something out of my knowledge, but it is. These things are hard to come by. I know that they're used for a lot of inventions, like for like the new age. Like ether gem is kind of ingrained to things like the flintlocks and the weapons that Carnelian had.
Yeah, I noticed that. I've tried to use them in my research, and I don't. Ymir's gonna take out his notes and look through, and yeah, I'm pretty sure he hasn't had any luck with them before.
Yeah, the only notes that you ever had is that they've been able to transfer power, never really contain it. Like they weren't able to hold the potential, but they were basically able to siphon it away, and just it would disperse, like it wouldn't do anything. But it did not destroy the gem.
In the process of transferring.
Like they weren't destroyed. Like they just passively like absorbed and then just didn't do anything.
And what happened to the energy when it got absorbed?
Make a history check with advantage because it is your history.
Okay, good, because that first one was terrible. I got a 19 plus 2, 22.
22. The last thing you remember, I mean, this is like kind of like a memory more than it was a.
Wait.
Go ahead.
21.
21. 19 plus 2, 21. Yeah, you said 22. That's funny. I assumed it was in the 20s after the 19 plus, but this is more of a memory than it is just a remembrance. And you remember a strict memory of like Murdoch, like kind of sending different like the chimeras and like you practicing these things like back and forth. And there's like a moment of like sweat beating down as you're trying to like use the gem, and you hear Murdoch's voice still. It's like, channel it, use that power, and you're like kinda, like holding it in your hand. Like you kind of hold it very tightly. You just push it out with your hand. And you scream and you say whatever you want to say to like kind of get that power out from your mouth. And as soon as it occurs, you see that the energy like brightens the crystal very bright, and then for a moment you just see it like fade and there's no spell that's cast. You're just kind of stare at it, and the gem glows for a bit, but after a while it just slowly fades. It takes like a little bit of time, and you just
How long of a time?
with whatever spell you casted, you notice that anytime you casted a spell level, depending on the level of spell you cast, the longer it glowed.
And what was like the lowest level? Like,
I mean,
length?
you went from cantrip to like first level, right? Because this is earlier on. But
So how long did it last for like a cantrip? Like the seconds?
like
when it
6 seconds.
Okay. Interesting.
Like it was not a long time, and like as soon as you did it, it's also like barely noticeable with a cantrip. When you're doing like first level spells, or maybe when you're using a spell scroll given to you by Murdoch, like even in that testing, like you saw that the power was like it like had energy, and it just left over time. It just didn't do anything. Like you couldn't surge with it. It wasted your meta magic. Like it was not a useful thing for you.
Mhm.
But it is interesting.
Interesting. Okay. Well, I'm gonna, I think, head out. I don't really have anything else. I do think we're leaving this down today,
Oh,
probably, as well.
really?
Yeah, but it's been like really nice meeting you, and I really appreciate the help that you gave me.
Yeah. Right. And just kind of goes up to shake your hand, and just kind of like looks down for a second, and like, yeah, it's been good.
Like, why did they look down though?
Just looking down at.
Yeah.
They dart their
that
eyes
the
for a second,
ground?
kind of to the. They dart their eyes back to their room, and then back to you, and they just look at you for a second. You make an insight check here as well. Still high.
Oh, that was
'Cause
good.
still high.
That was good. That's a dirty 20.
That's not gonna do it. The potential of like looking at somebody and seeing like they're darting their eyes looks like a sadness that comes from them. Like all you see is just a sadness that you're leaving.
Oh, I'm sorry. Jameer gives like an awkward,
Oh no, you don't
shoulder
have to.
pat.
Oh, okay, it's
like,
fine.
I'm sorry. I didn't know like you felt really attached to me and stuff. Like,
Well,
I
Well,
Like, you're
yeah,
great.
you've been great, and you've helped me learn some new stuff when I've been here. I mean, I always loved that, but like the ever since you all came here, it's been great. Like the those province fuckers are gone, right? And everything's been swell. There's guards. Like everything's only been better. People are not afraid to come over here and ask for like business anymore. Like it's just been good. But yeah, it's gonna be somber. But hopefully, this isn't the last time we see one another. Like, hopefully, all you guys come back.
Yeah, that'd be nice. I'd
Yeah.
like to see you again.
Maybe be under different circumstances too, when everything's going great.
Yeah.
And just kind of nods, kind of picks the teeth for a second, and it's like, well,
All right. Well, bye.
bye. And just waves.
Stay safe.
Bongo kind of looks at you, jumps onto your shoulder, and like holds back onto the ether gem, like kind of holding it in their hands, like very interesting.
Yeah, I don't really know what use we could make for it, but I feel like you could figure it out eventually.
Do
You know what? You know what you would be great at?
Hmm.
You don't need to like use magic. You don't need to like use like a weapon. I feel like figuring out how certain things work and how other people can utilize them is much more beneficial than directly.
I mean, I
doing
feel like I can comprehend everything that's come to me so far. It's just that how do I apply my thing that I have right now? And they like scratch their head, like kind of like rubbing the headband and intellect in the same way, kind of like almost like putting it over their ear, similar to how like a hair curl would be. And like does that, and they're kind of looking at it. It's like, I mean, is it possible that like this isn't the only thing, right? Like I can do more. Like I feel like the only thing I'm providing is just comfort,
It's not comfort. It's very, very helpful to know how things work, and I am not as smart as you. So
I mean, you know so much more than me, though.
I've lived a longer life than you, but
So
you will come
knowledge
to a
is
point where knowledge and wisdom are two different things.
yeah.
Me knowing more is only because I've lived more, but your rate at learning things is going to be much faster than mine because you are not only young but extremely smart and potential. So you will be able to grasp certain techniques and certain qualities about life that I will not be able to grasp no matter how smart I am. And that's really good. That's a gift.
Like where Father Cruz's thumb goes whenever he takes it off his finger and puts it back.
What?
You haven't seen him do it? He like puts his hand out and he looks at me and he puts his thumb and he like holds it with his hand. And he takes his thumb off and he puts
That's
it
a
back.
magic trick.
Really?
That's
There's a magical
that's
spell you can do that?
no, that's not magic.
We need
That's
to
a
talk
magic
about this more.
trick.
You guys
Okay.
go in a direction, start talking, explaining the concept of what illusion is. As we return back to the rest of you who are kind of like deciding on that factor, Ymir's been away for maybe 30 minutes, but the conversation ensues about your journey and your path.
Right, so I need to go to Caldora as soon as possible. So whenever we can go and get that sorted out, the better, at least for me.
I'd like to leave today as well. I think we've done everything we really can for this place. And no disrespect to your place, Cruz, but I don't want to be here anymore. I feel like I've stayed too long. I like moving.
Corners not
Eyebrow
fun enough for
raised.
you?
Huh?
The corners.
No, different corners might help.
Well, next time we come here, I'll make sure to have some.
Thank you, I appreciate that.
Velu doesn't really chime in too much. They do take mention of how their friend Nathaniel also went to Halavar, and they also just make a mention that he took a cart in like has been, like he said, the journey was like apparently like a short journey, but there's many towns between. Velu brings up a little bit of knowledge to you guys.
Well, it might be beneficial if we take one of those carts and go that way.
We have a
Uh,
cart.
There are 3 towns between you and Halavar. You have Dryport, which you're very familiar with, Father Cruz. You have Dracel, which is kind of towards the east a little bit. Sorry, towards the west more on your path. But there's the town of Dracel, and then right across, basically on the same pathway where, like, you know, the new, like, where the trees go from oak to pine, is Jonah. And Mimosa and Father Cruz, you're very familiar with Jonah as well. These towns are all like familiar, I guess I should say, but not like your stomping ground by any means. You guys have stayed in Jonah for a while. You guys have stayed in Dryport, Dracel. Like this is all part of your missionary like walk, as always, to Halavar.
Isn't there a seaport town near us too?
That's Dryport.
We're not planning to stop, are we?
I'd rather not.
I didn't have any need to stop.
I'd prefer if we didn't.
Well, it's not.
You'll have to pass through Dryport. Like you'll have to walk through it. It might be like that might be a day in its own just getting through Dryport, but everything else you could pass by and just kind of on the road. But you will have to go through this one other town to kind of, you know, make it to Halavar. Unless you want to go like wide, but it'll take you a couple more days.
Whatever works so we can get to Caldor. Sorry, I know that sounds quite selfish, but I
Urgent matter.
need to get there.
I'm okay with that.
I'll go say my piece to my followers and meet you back here later.
Can we meet at the edge of town? Like, how long is your goodbye going to be?
Maybe 20 minutes.
Did we fetch one of us fetch Ymir?
I think it's at that moment you guys see Ymir kind of coming back at the door, and as Father Cruz is going to open to do their goodbyes, you open the door to Ymir, who's also opening the door, and Father Cruz naturally just pulls the door open strongly. Ymir, you kind of fall into Father Cruz's chest a little bit.
Oh God. Oh, okay.
It's like, I got you there.
You'll look up at him and just like, oh, sorry for my bad. I'm just all over.
You're
the
touching
place
all
this
over
morning."
Father Cruz right now.
Like, oh, let me just. Oh, wow. This is really.
Your hand somehow
This is
gets
so
like at his
embarrassing.
beard, even though it doesn't need to
my
be there.
God.
Oh my gosh. Wow. Yeah.
That
And
one's gonna be a really
he'll push
important thing.
He'll dramatically push himself off and be like, I didn't. You guys, you shouldn't even see me right now. My hair is not even done yet, and he'll just like scurry off into the path.
Father Cruz, you like make a nod, smile.
Wow.
Let's
What a
meet at
nice
the-
fellow.
Let's meet at the edge of town.
But, Father, I'll be following you.
I mean, we can go together. I just
That's what I'm
need to
saying.
let Rem
but,
know I'm
yeah,
leaving.
I also wanted to say goodbye to her.
Father Cruz and Mimosa, you kind of exit the room of the area to go say your farewells as well. Ymir, you return, you get yourself kind of situated once again. Velu, who's been sitting for a bit, it's been kind of quiet, but not like, you know, like trying to be reluctant. They just kind of nod, and they're like, yeah, I'm just ready to go too, I think. If people know...
Yeah, me too.
If people know more about this and the dude left, I don't want to be here too much longer.
You're like way too worried about this. I think you're gonna be okay.
I just don't want to get anybody hurt, you know, and it's best
We're
to
gonna
keep
get hurt
moving.
regardless.
Yeah, well,
For multiple
who knows?
different things and multiple different people.
It's okay, Ymir. What do you want for your birthday?
I'm the one telling you that you're okay. What do I want for my birthday?
Oh, on that note, Idris gets up, with all of her stuff, and she starts heading out. I'm heading towards the edge of town so we can get a head start.
No, I'll go with you.
Yeah, we can all go. Belly like stands up.
No. You two stay here. Carnelian, do
No.
whatever you want.
No.
No, yeah. She shuts the door behind her.
Okay.
Alright. I'll go after her.
Okay. Why do we
I
always
don't-
do this?
Why are we splitting up? I also want to leave.
Okay.
Okay, then. Let's all go.
Yeah, let's just. We can talk about it later, Ymir, but think about it.
Okay.
Just like nods. All of you guys kind of follow Idris and their storm off to the to the edge of town. You see that they're like in a pep in their step. You three can make an insight check. Ymir, Velu, and Carnelian.
15.
Yeah,
Nat 20.
Velu rolled a 2 on natural on the die, so sorry, Zap. The both of you insightly see it just panics in a way. Like there's a sweat that kind of goes down on Idris's face, and it's a worrisome face. It's a sense of like the last time I saw you, it was not on good terms, and like they kind of grow weary about the danger that they've admitted like out loud. Ymir, getting a little bit deeper in there, it's not just like worry and panic, it's also eagerness. It's almost as if Idris would know more about, like maybe they want to. You think this is more of a band-aid to them than it is like a desire, if that makes sense. They feel as though they need to do this quick because if they don't, it's gonna linger. So
Ymir will walk up and catch up to Idris and like pat her on the back. It's going to be okay. Like whatever this is, you'll be fine.
Yeah.
You'll be fine.
Right. She kind of fidgets. A little bit of a hand twitching here and there where she kind of clenches and unclenches her hands. And then she kind of shakes her head. Right. Sure.
If there's something going on, like you can talk to me about it.
It's complicated.
I'm all about complicated.
Family matters can be complicated. I haven't been back there in years. I don't know. Oh.
It's fine. How many years?
She starts counting. Almost 10?
I beat you.
Yeah?
Like terribly. Like I haven't seen my family and Ymir's gonna start counting. I left them at 14. So like 12. Probably about to be 13 actually, since I'm about to age up, so
It's roughly the same time. For me as well.
It's just they're all. I don't know, and I don't know what we're going to face when we get there, and I don't know how it's going to go, and I don't really know what they're gonna try and do. I don't know.
you know what you do know though.
Oh,
And Ymir
sure.
is gonna like bump into her. You're not gonna be alone. That's one thing.
Right. I'm not concerned about that. I'm just it's gonna be really weird.
For sure. Most things are super weird. I mean, you saw how I was with Walter. Like that was oof. But I mean, this is family and
Yeah,
if they
my
love
mother
you-
might shoot me.
really
Yeah.
wow. I think the most my
Yeah.
mom will do will throw like a hot burning pan of soup at me. Like a giant big
Well, that-
cauldron of it.
I mean it's still a third-degree burn.
Yeah. But
But-
that's just like the kind of kick-ass mom I had. So I
Right.
like I get what you're saying.
She's we're Idris just sighs.
But we don't have to talk about it anymore. But I'm just saying, and you already know that you're not doing this alone. So anything you don't know, At least you know that, and that you're not figuring it all out alone.
Yeah, but
The experience will be shared.
I'm just worried you all might be roped into something you don't need to be in.
I love being roped into random shit.
Well,
Bellu
It's
like
my favorite
Bellu makes
pastime.
eyes and just smiles.
okay, thanks.
Yeah, you guys approach the edge of the town and wait. Mimosa and Father Cruz, make your stops. Where's your first stop?
Probably Rem.
Yeah, Rem's likely doing their own like. You've managed to do a lot of your healing already for the town in the last couple of days, Father Cruz. Basically, everybody at this point has been cured of whatever this disease that was passing along, and also the crop has basically found itself like they were ripping out the roots and stuff, like basically redoing the crop field and making a new one. And at that point, you see there's a circulation of like health that's kind of going across the town. It's happier. People are moving with much more of like a less tenseness to them. And you do see Sister M, who's currently like greeting like someone, like leaving someone's door with a couple of their like sisters. They're walking with like some of the other like followers, and Sister M like walks up and sees you, just waves for a moment. Father Cruz, it's very good to see you. To take a nice regal, like a gesturous bow.
No need to bow around me.
Yeah, well, we owe you a lot. Everybody seems to be happy.
Well, we're going to be off again.
Oh,
You know
okay.
the ropes.
Where are you headed?
Malabar.
Oh, that's cool. Any good word? Anything to pass along to our brothers and sisters?
I'll just keep in good faith, attend church.
And if you do see him again, what next?
I don't know. I'll just make the decision when the time is right.
So wise. And just now bows again, like really like almost curtsily. Looks over to Mimosa. It's like, hey, Mimosa, and how are you?
Well, I'm fine. I'm leaving also.
Good.
That wasn't obvious.
Good. Yeah. Things are
What
good.
about you? You already look like you're freaking out.
No. I'm good. I'm actually really happy. Things are going terrific, and it's all good. I'll miss you. And just kind of says that to Father Cruz, like directly.
We'll be back in a short time.
Yeah. Mm-hmm. And just kind of looks back at Mimosa, like there's a little bit of like jealousy there, Mimosa. You can kind of see, and it's like a moment of like, right. And when you get back, it's gonna be better than you left it.
Just don't forget the shipment's on the first of the cycle.
Yes. And then when it all comes in, to make sure to load them off, not into the area where the bad stuff was, and put it into the new area, and keep the sentry there. Don't let any other strangers in unless they have an authorization. And we made a whole bunch of plans. Look at the list, and there's a pocket list that just comes out and flies out, like this new like guard like duties that they have. It's like they make rotations around this north of the side of the town, and then when they move to the north side, they're gonna go south. And then once they go south, they're gonna be
Hey,
up.
Bram.
Hmm?
You're rambling.
Oh yeah, sorry.
Well,
there's so
it
much.
looks
There's so
like
much better.
It looks like you've gotten it all figured out, but good work. Chris will like just pat her on the head.
It's like a smile that peeps from the like corners of the mouth. Like, really?
May be proud.
She like shakes it off and bows like really like urgently. It's like, thank you. Don't let me hold you
Well,
up.
The schedule says that you're running behind.
I am. It's like just darts away. It runs.
Wow,
And
wait.
the other like she stops for a second. It's like, yeah, Mimosa.
Melissa is gonna like smile a bit. Don't work too hard, and he's gonna place his hand on her head and just like roughly ruffle up all of her feathers.
Don't work too hard. Okay. Yeah. That's a good idea. And in order to not work hard, I'm gonna schedule a time between when the sun goes to the deepest point, and then whenever the tavern
You're
opens.
rambling.
It's like scatters off to their next destination. The other like two followers that are standing next to them just kind of look at each other and just like start following Sister Rem. They bow like very like respectfully to Father Cruz. You hear like the whispers of their undertone again, Father Cruz, and in response, you say your response, and like it just moves forward, and you guys make your other stops. Anywhere else?
You want to say goodbye to the bartender, Mimosa? I'm sure he'll be out of
Goodbye?
business without you.
Okay.
Walks over to the tavern. Sure enough, the tavern owner is the early days of Solaria don't carry as much like liveliness as the night, and the tavern owner, you say your felt well goodbyes, you have their conversations, any words are shared, and just like kind of like again like sends you one more drink on the way to go, and like kind of looks, it's like, Halavar don't got shit for drinks.
What works.
All of it's regulated in the cities. You get the good shit here.
Yeah, so if you got any bottles I can bring with me?
Make a persuasion check.
Persuasion?
Yeah.
Oh no.
Cruz will help.
11.
Really? You help. Go ahead and do it to advantage. What do you say to help, Father Cruz? Just like what does it look like? What does your help look like?
Well, his help was so bad it gave that nat 1, so he's just like, well, Mimosa, I don't want you to run dry.
And it's really funny because like as soon as you say that, the dude looks at it, like at his like alcohol stock since you've been here. It's been low. He's like, actually, no, I really can't give you anything.
There's like
when you come
Mimosa
back,
says nothing, but there's pain in his face.
it's just like fingertips.
Mimosa, you drank this desert dry.
It wasn't just them. That other kid, the human, he was hammering down every other night too. That kid's got shit to deal with. I don't know what it is, but every time he comes here, someone tries to be his friend, he just shrugs them off.
Mimosa's like gritting his teeth. Drink my alcohol.
It's not your alcohol, Mimosa. It's everybody's.
I'm the one who drinks most of it.
I give you
I feel
your
like-
drinks and I give them their drinks. That's it. But your drinks are special.
Yeah, it's fine. Okay, well, bye. I guess I'll find something else.
You will,
Or just
because you
drink
have to.
Regulated. Yeah.
Good luck, Mimosa. Father Cruz just like grabs like a forearm, like a really brotherish like forearm to you, pulls you in, whispers into your ear. You response back.
You're gonna put him in a headlock.
Yeah, this big headlock, and he's like, it's gonna be quiet here. Hopefully, that's what I'm hoping.
It's gonna be great if it isn't.
Well,
More stuff to deal with.
Sister Rem's a handful too, so we'll see what she does with the place.
Something good, I hope.
Did you ever visit what's it called? While you were here, you didn't ever visit the shrine, did you? Like the church, like not the church, but the town center.
Pillar?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, I think Cruz took him here to the pillar.
He like looks at you. He's like, well, they've been talking about. Is Mimosa out of the room at this point?
Yeah.
To you, Father Cruz. They're preparing for this upcoming Renora, right? And I'm on curiosity on whether or not you're gonna be here this time.
I'll try to make it. If
I
it happens without me, well, the preparations are in place.
Yeah, I
It's
mean,
easy to
Sister
do.
Rem's been taking care of it whenever you're gone, as always. And, you had the first ones, and as it kind of kept going, it's been getting a little slow. And some people, they're changing. Like people aren't really fully dedicated, and they'll like back out, or that's just true to the tale. I just wanted to ask you. I think if you showed, it might bring some more people really together around that. So that shrine in the center needs some type of work done. I don't know what, but something new. We've been thinking about putting a beacon here.
No, you're right. This new generation, They don't know what faith is.
And the technology not being here, people get scared. Protection, and those guys, those Delicians, they said they could put one here when they got here.
Beacon.
Yeah, like the Arcanium beacons, for like the tech. They were talking like they got some plan.
Sounds like a good idea, but anything that comes from those Delicians, I'm not sure.
I mean,
After the stunt they pulled.
I don't know, but they were. I thought you might visit the shrine because you might recognize that they may have been plotting some stuff around there. But I mean, if you've been there already, then everything's gone probably.
I'll check it out again before I leave, but next time I'm here for sure, I'll make a demonstration.
Okay. Good luck, brother. And just like puts a hand on your shoulder.
Yeah.
You separate, and you leave the place. Are you gonna go check out the shrine?
Yeah.
Mimosa, you see Father Cruz kind of making another path, kind of outside of
He's gonna
his.
make Mimosa come with him.
Yeah, Mimosa, you see Father Cruz like making a path towards a place that you weren't expecting, like back into the town, and you kind of get pulled by ear a little bit to go in the direction.
I was just gonna go around.
Both of you make
What's
an
wrong?
investigation check
Oh,
as
nothing.
you groan.
A what?
Investigation.
Okay.
18.
Ooh.
$17.
Wow. Both of you, okay. This is actually really good. Mimosa and Father Cruz, you take out a note. The sand is easily like swept over for some of the markings, but you do see that there is some linings of like diagram around the center of the town, and you see like the sizing of it. You see like there's like a spot like that's been placed down, and you actually see that there's some debris that's been dropped by the pillar. And you walk over Father Cruz and Mimosa. You see the tiniest shard of ether gem that's been like left beside the shrine.
Chris is gonna pick it up.
Yeah, it's like no larger than a coin. And yeah, you just have it.
Just dumping the crap on this sacred place. No respect for any authority.
Who would dump a gem?
Well, they said they were trying to set up a beacon, but didn't talk to anybody about it. That's what I don't like about these Delicians.
I was just gonna stand there blinking a little bit. Okay.
Well, it's your home too.
Wow.
They just try to burn it to the ground, just try to kill us, and expect us to make them our king. It's a joke.
Well, I gotta get through me first. Unless he's gonna like cross his arms.
Just hope we can put him behind us.
I don't think these people are gonna give up anytime soon, Father.
I
I
think
think we embarrass them.
you guys start to see the four others cross to where like you're going to meet at the set time. You see them in the distance, like maybe like 60 feet away from you. Like you just see them like kind of walking as a group, and you see Ymir like grabbing the shoulder of Idris and like bumping into them. You see Velu, who's like kind of like smiling, Cornelian, who's like brutishly walking, like kind of like just a slump of walk, the tail like kind of like perched and ready as always having that perceptive look. You just see kind of the group kind of walking in that direction towards like where the normal traveling path would be.
They seem ready to go. We need
Yeah.
places we need to stop by.
No, let's go.
Is there anything else you want to do around this area of the shrine?
Just panic goodbye.
All of you are together.
Nope.
Was there something you wanted to say? Sorry.
No.
Okay. All of you are together. We're gonna kind of theater the mind a lot of this as well, as you guys basically are gonna go back into your journey through the deserts. Turning north, you guys see the two beacon lights shining from Halavar already. Two distinct beacons like shine into the sky when you look north, and that's like your direction, cardinal direction of going towards Halavar. As long as you're following the lights, should be fine. You continue your walk, and as soon as you get to the edge of the town where everybody's ready, Father Cruz, Mimosa arriving, Idris, Ymir, Velu, Carnelian, all of you guys have already made your kind of space and just been patiently waiting. About like Father Cruz said, 20 minutes pass, maybe like 25 for an extra like 5-minute adventure, but they return and you guys are all kind of standing ready to go. If there's any last minute preparations before leaving Celeria, now is the time.
Pocket cart.
Pocket cart opens the suitcase.
Summon steed.
Ooh. What does Father Cruz's steed look like?
Big ass elk.
Just
Wait, can I do caribou?
you can do whatever you want.
Big ass caribou.
As the pocket cart opens, its direction turns in a way that aligns itself to the road and ready to go, as it always does. However, you guys stare over at Father Cruz for a moment as like there's a sand whip, as like kind of like flickers from the sands, as like almost as like saying goodbye to him. And as it occurs, the tethers of like his like radiance like kind of burst forth, and like in a radiant light in front of Father Cruz, forming from like different like motes that combine all together. This majestic creature appears, and like a silhouette of radiance that you ride upon, Father Cruz, an elk of pure radiance. Or caribou, I'm sorry. All of you guys see this.
What the fuck?
You see Father Cruz like without a doubt gets on and just like gets on the top of it, just obeying its every command.
Since when?
Something I
Who
just
else is gonna
picked
be
up.
pointing at it?
By the way, I don't know if Nim is talking right now. I see his mic going up and down, but I do not hear you if you are speaking.
No, I'm not.
Okay.
Ymir's just kind of standing there confused.
Yeah, there's a lot. But summons it, puts like basically like steers onto it. As Father Cruz goes to put a foot, you see a radiance of like something to catch his foot to get up, and then another step and another step and another step until he gets like on top of the elk, and then the saddle appears like kind of forming itself to his position. The reins like magically appear from the radiance, and Father Cruz, you grab onto them.
It's pretty cool.
Those have a
You only have
name.
one?
Yes, I only have one. Sorry about that.
This is what you get for learning magic?
You thought your old man didn't have any more tricks up his sleeve?
I thought you just kind of settled down.
I still got a few more years.
Probably like 500 more years.
On that note, you guys start moving north towards Halavar. In a quick
I'm just
time,
gonna be walking outside the cardio.
good cardios. In a quick time motion, I need everybody to roll a perception check for me, and then we're gonna get into a little bit of downtime. Just kind of knock some of that out.
15.
8.
Dirty 20.
7.
15, 8, 30,
What is
20.
it?
Just perception.
Perception?
Yeah.
9.
9.
Wait, no. I think it's 10.
10. With Velu, I'll roll his.
Never mind. 9.
You're one
I'm
off
flipping
today.
Yeah.
It's always flipping. For the dirty 20 out there in the room, there's a bit of like people who kind of go to the edge of the town as you leave. Father Cruz, what was your roll?
Dirty 20.
You're the dirty 20. You notice this, probably the initial of this. You turn, you see like a group of people who are kind of like looking you guys off as you kind of travel. and you kind of turn like sideways majestically, and all the rest you see Father Cruz's hair like kind of like pierced with that gray and fur, the coat kind of fluttering in the sands, and riding on a radiant steed, turning back to the town. There's like a moment of like awe as you guys kind of stare at like the paladin of your group and their kind of like gloriousness for like some of the first times you guys really do. Every time you
Mimosa
see,
does not care.
yeah, Mimosa's just like, oh god damn, rolling his eyes.
Not
After a
But
while,
no,
after
no.
a while of like rubbing his chin, Ymir's gonna be like, "Wait, is this Phantom Steed?
No,
What is it?"
just regular fine steed.
Oh, Ymir's gonna like snap his fingers, and after like a minute, he's gonna cast his own Phantom Steed. I was trying to figure out like what we're doing the entire time. This is cool now, because if this is cool, I want to be a part
What
of it
is-
as
what
well.
is,
And it's just
uh,
like, it's going to be like a fire genie horse.
Yeah. You see from the medallion, flames flicker, and even in your mind, Ymir, it's like a soft, warm, like fiery hug. It's like, oh, you want to ride me, don't you? And just
Of
like laughs,
course.
and just like a little snicker in the mind. And as a moment appears, a flame kind of flicks from the hand as something grabs onto the ground into the sand, and another hand grapples. Dark and like sandy as like flames kind of appear onto the ground. A like almost like a tiger of fire.
And now I feel better. Like I feel like I was so confused the entire time.
I think your steed looks a little bit fancier than mine.
No, I like your steed
Hmm.
because you're on it.
The flames flicker
I'm a
with
l-
this slight magenta color.
I'm a little jealous. I wish I could do that.
Would you
I
like to?
can carry you.
Would you like to come up on?
Oh, I would love to. She jumps onto the elk
Yeah,
with
yeah.
Father Cruz.
Yeah, it's
Oh.
it's a much taller experience for sure. Carnelian
Sorry,
feels
Mimosa.
very feels very short in this moment. This is like not one of the many moments, but like this is one of those moments.
Curly has his arms crossed.
Yeah, just full arms crossed. You're sitting on the cart like arms crossed. Yeah. Father Cruz, you still
You wanna
control the
hop on,
cart.
Carnelian?
No. It's fine.
Everybody can take a turn.
I want it.
You guys
You
go.
want a free ride?
You want a free ride? You guys travel. All right. Some downtime. The travel to Halavar for you players is a 2-week travel time, right? However, there are 3 stops along the way. For your normal day-to-day, what you do, we're not going to be resolving the matters of between that time. We're going to skip between. However, for the 3 places that we pass through, you do have the opportunity to do a little bit more than what you were previously. So, for example, in the first town of Dryport, you have to pass through. If you guys choose to want to take any day of downtime, it has to be in those towns. So that's how the transaction of this is going to work for you guys in this specific travel, because you guys are moving at a rapid pace and focusing on your journey until you reach these towns where interesting things are. So the first place you guys are going to stop at is Dryport. Your many days of travel had led you here. Whether or not you have done any practices in your magic, your craft, your features, whatever it is, you guys have now arrived in Dryport. There are quest boards. There are many things going on. You will have to take the day to travel through Dryport. Are any of you venturing around the city?
Ymir's gonna look for a blacksmith.
Okay. I will allow you to make a perception check to look around.
We're just gonna hand out pamphlets. Advertise.
Pamphlets. Endless pamphlets.
16.
16. Blacksmith in your immediate travel, just on the main road. A blacksmith is on the main road, like when you guys are passing.
Ymir will make that apparent and say that he wants to check that out really quickly to see if they could do something about his emerald.
And
On
rest-
the way.
Yeah.
As long as we're not there long, please.
Ymir, you get off the mount you have, your phantom steed that you may have been using or may have not been using that day, and you enter the blacksmith. The blacksmith has a communication with you for a bit, Ymir, without needing to roll anything. They just point you in the direction of Halavar. They tell you that they're not strong. They're not going to do it. They're really straight up with you. Mainly because one, they're not very creative, and two, that it's not their job.
Is there anything to steal while he's in that shop?
You could try to steal something for sure. If you're just trying to like pick something up small and put it in your pocket, or if you're trying to get Bongo to do it, then I'll let you try to take anything mundane weapon-wise or armor-wise.
Nah.
Yeah, this isn't a magical shop.
He will sulk back to the others and
Yeah.
resummon his steed.
Not a very long time
I'd
though.
like to-
10 minutes.
I would like to look for someone to possibly buy the gold bars.
Ooh, that's a good point. You're gonna have to make a charisma check
Oh,
just to communicate out you're selling something and get someone to buy it.
okay. Could I ask Ymir for help?
Sure. Ymir, Cornelian kind of approaches you before you're exiting the blacksmith, kind of to the side. You have a moment.
Hey, Ymir.
Mm,
I need help selling stuff, but I'm not really good with people, and I feel like you're kind of good with people.
Yeah, I could do it. What is
Okay.
it?
It's I have some just random items that I want to sell.
I need to know what the items are to help it get sold, Carnelian.
So, has Carnelian ever talked about his debt that he acquired?
Yes. You brought it up like a little bit, like when you were first camping right before reaching Falvanir.
Okay, so here's the deal. I stole gold bars.
Ymir is instantly knowing where the gold bars came from. He's gonna flick Carnelian on the head. That's not good.
I know. And I did that during the night. And I have the debt, if you remember me briefly mentioning it.
I remember the debt.
If I die, I can't come back. And there's a part of me, because of this debt that I've got, that I'm like permanently under someone else's command. Like, my body isn't my own. My soul is tethered to these people, and I can't fully be myself. Which is why I did that. You may understand, you may not understand, but I needed the money to get rid of that and be free in that sense. As well as the way that I got the debt, I don't know if I mentioned it, but was because of that ship crash on the city.
Ymir's
Where we
gonna be
all
like,
met up.
he's gonna stare at you for like a really long time in silence. And he's gonna be looking around, like his eyes are gonna be darting, and then he's gonna go back to you and he's gonna be like, It's hard because regardless of what you have going on, you could have just asked for those gold bars. Like, the guy was willing to, he gave me 2 items. So and then 2, I just have an attachment to him. And I didn't want to steal from him because, I mean, I felt like it'd be terrible and wrong because this seems like a good person. So I'm sort of on the fence of holding you accountable as my friend for doing that. And respectfully, I don't think I want to help you sell them because you could have just asked him and he most likely would have given you those bars.
No, I would not.
And Ymir would walk off.
Yeah, you go back to the group.
Before you fully walk off, Carnelian's gonna like sit there for a second. Even though what I did wasn't necessarily right, I understand that. is for my own personal gain. But I'd really appreciate it if you did not discuss it with anyone else.
No, I won't. But yeah, I do some terrible shit. Like, I'm worse than you for sure. I'm totally a hypocrite, but I also feel as though I should hold you accountable as my friend. And he'll continue walking off.
Yeah. Carnelian, make a charisma check.
Oh boy,
Might go well, you know.
12.
12. You get a couple hits, but they're not offering you enough. Like it's not even market value, and you get in some arguments. Like you have a gold bar, and someone's like, yeah. How's 300?
Mm,
No,
no,
no, come on.
nope.
It's not even
Dude.
like you gotta melt it down. Like there's a lot of work to that.
Yeah, but do you see the value of this pure gold bar?
Yeah, but like where you're gonna sell it at,
Yeah, I'll find someone that's ascally.
and just like waves you
Absolutely.
off and walks away.
All right.
You should find another person who like is interested and is like, too rich for me. Sorry, I don't do pure, and just walks away. It doesn't even like have a conversation with you. It's not going very well. And as you kind of like are walking one by one, you eventually get to a point where you just kind of give up. It's been like 30 minutes. Idris is also like, you see Idris, you kind of now take notice that Cardinalian's like walking around, like handing, like trying to do something and have a conversation. Not sure what they're holding or selling, or if they are selling something. But Carnelian's like really communicating right now with other people.
She's gonna hop down and walk over.
I think it's at this point, Carnelian, you drop the gold into like the bag and give up. But as you turning around, you're seeing Idris approach you too.
Hello.
What are you doing?
I'm trying to sell some stuff.
What are you selling?
I just
Just what?
just like random stuff.
Random stuff. Do you need help?
I mean,
Come
I
on,
don't
there's
think
no one
anyone-
who's better with people than I am.
right, but you might hate me.
I hate
I'm
you.
already getting that vibe from Ymir.
How could I hate you?
I just laugh. I'm sorry. I should have
Maybe-
muted.
I don't think this area is gonna give me enough for what I'm asking for. So maybe next place you can help me.
You might have better luck selling whatever you're trying to sell in Halibut. Have you thought about
Yes.
that?
That's what I'm also thinking, but it'd be nice if I could. I don't want to hold it any longer, and I'm not gonna have anyone else hold it because I want money. So
Well, I wouldn't be trying for these little towns. I'd be trying somewhere that's bigger. So I would recommend Halibut, but if it's really urgent, I guess we can try and sell it if you'd like, but it might waste time that we don't have.
yeah, I'll just wait till Halibar, I guess.
About a couple hours passes in Dryport as everybody's kind of like gathering themselves, and you get to the end of the town, and it's like the end of the day. I mean, you're still in town. You can catch an inn. Everybody removes 5 gold from their inventory. Just catching an inn
Like, giving
inside the town.
followers?
Roll charisma check.
Can I help?
At 20.
A
Oh,
nat
oh,
20.
I wanted to roll again. For fun.
Just do it again. Yeah, you can get the advantage.
Because I want to be a part of the
Yeah.
whatever this is.
Oh, come here! I thought it was gonna be a beautiful story. I just remember that's still stuck in my head. By the way, like when you ran outside of Dread and just screamed, "Everybody! Hey, all you people! Hey, all you people!" What was the second roll?
Second roll was that one.
Hey, you guys! It's like a mirror like coming out, still the same thing, freaking some people out in the port town. Like, geez, what a fucking lunatic! But in that same effort, Father Cruz, you turn that. It's like, don't end up like this heathen. Learn what the truth is, and like you're using that on the opposite side of your mirror to like as a motivational, like, I'll cure this mad individual with this, and like handing out a pamphlet. It's an opportunity more than it is a disgrace, and you find Mir kind of charming, just even in an attempt. They have no idea about you, and they're trying their hardest.
Cute.
You guys, you get a good decent amount of followers out of this as well. You do have some people who are like kind of nodding their heads and understanding. It'll take some time to actually like, figure out what that raked in. But for now, you feel confident that you've got a couple of new interests, new leads.
Don't end up like in there.
That's crazy.
You guys rip off your 5 gold from your inventories for the night stay, because you have to stay into the town for the most fast travel. They won't let you camp outside. You guys leave the town. The next stop on your way is going to be one of 2 places, and then you guys can choose. The fastest route is through Jonah, which is you guys have to walk around like a small like lake, and then eventually make it to Jonah, and then straight to Halavar. Or you can go wide and go towards Dracel, but that takes another day's journey. But Jonah is like the direct path to Halavar.
Almost is immediately shaking his head to Jonah.
Yeah, I'm down for Jonah.
I
Jonah,
am not down.
Why
So,
are you not down?
why?
I don't like it there.
You don't like it
On the
then?
Jonah.
Yeah.
Father Cruz can make a history check. The rest of you can make insight
Cruz
checks.
knows.
Oh, Cruz knows, yeah.
Yeah, Cruz is there.
The rest of you then can make insight checks. Father Cruz isn't making a history, just fucking know.
Well,
Bad memories.
Ymir's not gonna
Hey!
cry. If
Okay.
he says it, he says it.
It's an option if you want to just get an insight to your friend's levels of happiness or sadness. But what you do know is that Mimosa is coming from a serious tone of like a similar vibe of whenever he's talked about anything in his past, and it automatically turns most of you just towards the calamitous Nerander that he has within him. This horrible shadow thing of demons, and that's the immediate like vibe that he passes off when he says, "I don't like it there."
aren't we going through a place that Idris doesn't like as well?
Mm-mm.
No, I mean nothing that's
No?
directed to Halavar. No, I mean
Oh,
just
I thought
Dracel is like a way outside. It's a day's journey extra, and then Jonah is like directly across. That's just the difference. The difference is that you'll spend an extra day to go around it.
Can we avoid going to Jonah?
I mean, you could, but like the odds that you'll be able to camp outside of it without someone causing like a problem might be a problem. But that would be a problem. It may cause a delay if someone like catches you on the outside of the town camping and like asks questions, causes a problem. And also just the place is just you've always remembered when traveling to Jonah that's always been like the worst place for you to get followers. So people are pessimistic with as soon as they get close to the Halavar, everybody only follows like the main religions, the prime gods, nothing based of Lychoreum.
Are you okay with an extra day then, Idris?
No, but if I'm being outnumbered here, I can't really.
You're not outnumbered.
No, but a lot of people are saying that they would, if it's easier to avoid Jonah and go through the other place, it might, But I want to get to Halvad as fast as possible.
Mir, Velu?
I feel like this is more so up between Mimosa and Idris. I
Vel-
don't really give 2 shits.
Velda says like out to you is like I'd rather get there faster, but I don't have any like issues with traveling another day.
Almost just like has his hands on his knees and just kind of like looking at the ground. I will sleep outside of town alone if I have to. I don't want to be in town.
I mean, if it really matters to the both of you where you guys are at a standstill, we can split it in half to where some people go to there and the other people go to the other place because it's only a day's off. It's not like an extra week or anything. So we're
Some of you
just
guys will
gonna
arrive
do the next
early in
day.
Halavar versus the others, though.
Yeah,
No.
Mimosa.
it really matters.
It still ends
Let-
up being another day because by you guys like teleporting together, right? You'll have to wait another day anyways.
Let's all just go together to the other place then.
All right. As the sun sets, you guys camp another day. Days pass, avoiding Jonah. Conversations on that can ensue, probably don't, but you guys end up going to Giselle. Giselle is a town outside of, a little bit further out from Hallower, but very close to the drained lands of like the Nambai and Zephyra. Ymir, you can see the deserts of the Makoti in the distance when you get to Giselle.
Ymir tries to ignore them.
Yeah, you can see like the desert dunes, you could see like the mountain range of the Makoti, like as soon as you like basically are arriving to this town. It's like the forefront. You also see Sudar, which is like the train the what is it called, the town of like the market outside of the Makoti Desert, which is like where most of the in stock trade comes from, going from the south, the north, Halavar, everything.
So
Giselle,
definitely sneak
yeah.
a few glances just out of curiosity.
It's as it was in Seams. The sands are a different color and shade than the infested. The infested always had this like white bonish marrow in that kind of like sand. This one is like gold, a very vibrant gold and yellow that always has reminded you of like that. It's almost like a parchment paper, and like it keeps you like in that reminiscence. And the sand always creeps onto Giselle's like kind of like grassy deadland that they live on. Not much trees, not much water, cracked earth as you guys are kind of walking through Giselle. Anything you guys wish to do in this city? Carnelian, you said you wanted to try to sell again?
I'll wait till Halavar, I guess.
Okay. Anything else? I mean, pamphlet-wise, Father Cruz, it's not...
Yeah, I just
It's-
want to visit the churches.
There is a church here, actually. That's a very interesting thing.
You don't like outright preach, be like, hey, join my religion. Just want to like attend a sermon, learn about the other religions.
Okay. Do any of you join Father Cruz? I mean, you guys will have to rest here for one night. So, this is a chance for you guys if you do want to.
Can I talk to Ymir just for a sec?
Sure. Father Cruz, you kind of end up going alone to the sermon. Carnelian, Father Cruz. Actually, Velu joins you for the sermon. Velu's going to go with you.
Oh yeah.
Yeah, and Carnelian and Ymir, you have your conversation. I'll start with Ymir and Carnelian's conversation, and we'll go to Father Cruz and what they see at the, what they basically see in this new like kind of spotlight. Mimosa and Idris, you'll also have a time basically like in whatever place you're staying at to like conversate if you want to some more. So we'll do that. We'll start with
What
Carnelian and
time?
Ymir.
What time is it when we have our conversation?
Whatever time of the day you want, but you are within the city of Giselle.
Nighttime.
Okay.
Ymir's gonna be looking at the sky for the star.
Ooh. All right. Nature check with advantage.
18.
It is very close to your birthday, Ymir. Like we're talking like this is a 2 weeks of travel that you're already passing. Like a week and a half has already passed. You have about another half week before, but at the end of that half week, you're gonna be like basically on your birthday.
Hmm.
The star
the
is the star is like right at its like 11 o'clock position in the sky.
No, I don't like the star. It's just an indicator for when my birthday is around.
No, when's your birthday? Again.
I don't know. I never really cared about that much.
You don't really care for the parties and whatnot.
It just, my family made it like a big deal growing up. And then my next family made it like a big deal growing up with the sand rats. But my first family mainly did it because of like the Nova Night and stuff, and I just felt weird being seen specially all the time. It was a lot. I was like my I was overlooked at a lot to make sure I wasn't doing anything bad and to make sure I didn't like get kidnapped and stuff. It's me specifically out of all of my siblings. So it just reminds me of all that.
Birthdays weren't great for me either, which is why I didn't really mention it when we were all talking about it before.
What happened in your birthdays?
Well, younger. It was like okay, it was like a low-key celebration, and then on my 13th is when I really went to shit, but that's a story for a different day. What I really came to ask you about is I've been wanting to try this training within my plane, my echo shift ability, and I saw last time that I used it that you were really interested in it, so
Ymir is gonna look at the sky and look at the star for a little bit, and then he'll nod. I mean, yeah, any time to be able to use my research and finish anything else I need to do would be nice.
well, I don't know if
Last time I got like really exhausted though, so
well, good thing it's near night.
okay, no, that's fair.
But I will say you might not be able to do your research. It might be more combat focused.
The entire 4 hours?
Well, no, we don't have to do that the whole 4 hours, but a good portion of it.
Okay, let's go.
Okay.
Just like like explosion occurs. It's like wherever you're standing, or do you do it like in a place where it's like private?
Can we go to
I
like
was
the
thinking-
inn where we're gonna go to sleep at?
Okay, yeah, that's probably a good
We
idea.
can do that there, but I also wanted to ask Idris about it. But that can wait.
By the way, all of you -7 gold from your inventory for this inn stay.
Another 7 after
Yep.
the 5?
Yep.
Okay.
Yeah, this is just in after inn as you guys are staying in certain places and respecting the civilization.
Is there a way that Ymir can just sneak in and not pay, or just convince them not to pay?
You can try, but it may cause a problem. But I'll allow you to try. How do you want to? Is it just a
Ymir will
persuasion?
just he'll just flirt with the innkeep.
Okay, sure. Go ahead and roll a persuasion check. Let me know.
14 plus 8 is what? 5, 6. Wait, fuck. I can't count,
22.
guys. Okay. 22.
You flirt for a moment. This is like after everybody. Is anybody else like trying to do something to like not pay for the inn? Because it's gonna get substantially harder if all of you try. If only one of you is, it's kind of easier. But if it's all of you, it makes it a little complicated. Is there anybody else that wants to try? Okay, cool. Unless there's like someone who's like me, I'm not paying for this shit. Then Ymir, you start flirting with like the head counter person who's like kind of taking in the inn and stuff. There's like a tavern attachment to the side of it. You see that they're kind of like looking at you and they're like, yeah, you're gonna make sure I'm taken care of and you're not gonna mess everything up in here.
Yeah, I could definitely take care of you.
Just a
in
lone-
the middle of the night.
A lone
later.
traveler in the night, huh?
Yeah, I mean, I get around obviously, so
we see a couple people come in here that are interesting. What's so interesting about you?
you'll find out later. And Ymir's gonna start heading with the others,
Yeah, he just walks away.
but like give like a side look,
Yeah.
and like a up and down.
There's a moment where they go, I know your room. And it's like straight out. Yeah. You guys find your room. Mimir, you don't -7 gold for now.
Good.
Yeah. You keep it in your inventory. You join Cornelian in this echo shift. Maybe with Idris later, but we'll find out in a moment. With Father Cruz and Velu, we're gonna do yours, and then we're gonna pop to Mos and Idris. Father Cruz, Velu joins you, kind of walking along. and just respectfully just enjoying the company that you're sharing with him. The there are two. There's a church here that's a major church, and then there's a one that's more like a just kind of like a denomination basically of it. One bigger church, one smaller one. The one that's larger is dedicated to the prime god of Halo, one of a major church. Festival, harvest, love. It's a relative church of saints, basically. The smaller church is actually based around a dream like goddess, and you're kind of like you don't notice it as a church at first. It kind of just comes up like similar like tents and things like that when you're passing by, but you notice that there's a lot of people who are just kind of like idling and walking around this area, and you kind of like are hearing about like a goddess of dreams. So you kind of have an option on if you want to attend one of these things. Either they're going to be the prime god of Halo or the goddess of dreams, just like a lesser god.
Who's just gonna go to the small church?
Yeah, Velu walks with you and just kind of like looks around. They start speaking this sermon out. You listen to a story, Father Cruz. They talk about Lucidia, the goddess of dreams, cursed by a wish that they made as a young girl. They hop through dreams, a sign of both good and bad fortune. A turned wish from a chaotic married turned them to make their dreams come true. And when they wished for their dreams to come true, they became the dreams themselves, and thus becoming the goddess of dreams. In a twist of wording, this genie that existed had cleverly gotten rid of their master and had escaped. In a story of like whimsical choice and narrative of be careful what you wish for, and both the misfortune and fortune of the person who had wished for it, becoming a god but being locked away to dreams. And people pray in a way that is realistic to like the realms of dreams and believe in the planar like existence of the mind that is separate from morality and what the day is, the significance of having a dream and like training it and like sending it out. They call these people neuromancers, the people who can basically translate dreams to people.
Did Cruz ask why they follow this religion?
As you kind of like whisper around and kind of learn, you can make a investigation check. I think this is requiring you to kind of have not only just conversation, but also cleverness as far as like what pieces you pick up and put together. You're talking to a couple of people. Holy crap. All right. So forget what I said. Father Cruz is just like on it, and he just like, it snaps in your mind. These people believe in the hope that their dreams come true. These are people who believe that there is a hopefulness that one day they'll be granted exactly what they're wishing for, and it won't be in like a way that ruins the world. These people have big ambitions of continuing and be beyond, and they want to all go in their sleep. That's very common. None of these people are like talking about going and adventuring or anything like that. These people want to fall away in their sleep. The people want to go passively, peacefully, and with their families. They find very calming that if they do rest more than they do live, then they find themselves like maybe living in the dream world with Lucidia, basically being like nurtured and cared for by them. Some people speak about sightings of like in their dreams they saw a young girl who was kind of frolicking around, like enjoying themselves in one dream, and then you talk to another person who's like, oh no, it was like a terrifying dream that they were lurking in the shadows. But in that moment, I'd learned that in my home there was somebody like kind of that was going to hurt me, and it was like my estranged, like my beloved, and they're going to try to kill me. And I learned like these horrible things because of my dreams. Like there's always lessons learned and like passive like understandings, and people just believe in the power of dreams. That's like the majority of what you gather is just there's a significance to what you dream versus what you actually do in real life. There's also with your nat 20 as well, someone tells you a really like you actually end up talking to one of the servants. I think Father Cruz would be that audacious. You kind of approach one of them and they kind of like put a hand out to you and kind of like go to touch you on the head a little bit, like with their middle finger and just kind of poke you on the head. Do you allow them?
Yeah.
They kind of touch your head and they kind of like close their eyes, like a long journey that you have followed, and yet it continues to grow larger. And it's kind of like they kind of close their eyes tightly. This will not be your last day, but you have many days to come beyond you. Your dreams may be disturbing, but you will accept them. And they stop and they kind of open their eyes and look at you once more. How can I help you? You're not from here. They like snap back into a reality.
I just came here to listen. It seems you all want to have a good death.
That is important. And, not only a death, but a life. People from here truly believe, and I think this is something of everybody should believe, that whatever you dream can happen. And there's plenty of proof of that in the world. There's so many advancements, beautiful magics, arcane, and it's hard to believe that you can't make anything you wish desire.
You ever had your dream come true?
Yes.
Well then, I guess that's enough for people to hope.
I mean, I'm not saying it's not always the end. My wish is something that is still being completed to this day as a devout follower of the goddess of dreams. Lucidia guides us all in her sleep and rises above it. And when we awaken, we come with good tidings. And I hope that, you can find a fellowship in us and hopefully find something within your dreams that guides you in our path.
Maybe I will. Maybe I'll find a dream worth chasing. But
As we
I
all
think I
wish.
already have one.
Indeed you do, and a long journey you have. It is far from over.
Thanks for the sermon. It's wonderful.
Thank you. You met one of the better ones. Sometimes we whisper terrors, and sometimes we whisper dreams, and sometimes that brings out lessons in their sermons. And some people want to hear the bad so that we can remember how good things are.
Can't have the good days without the bad ones.
You seem to understand a deeper knowledge into the religion, don't you?
Maybe not this religion, but another one, yes.
I promise you good faith in ours, but we respect your decisions, as Lucidia would want.
Good travels.
Nods ahead. Offers another moment to touch your head again.
Sure, why not?
Touches onto your head and says, though you may be expecting great danger in your future, understand that the people you travel with will always be a part of you, no matter alive nor dead. That's all they say. And they kind of open their eyes. Safe travels. Yeah, you basically met a prophet.
And the wrong religion.
Yep.
It's a joke.
You return. Belu's like insane right now. Like he's just like listening to all this. And he's like, yeah, whatever. And he see that he's kind of
Belu get
reluctant.
touched?
No,
Oh,
yeah, he didn't want anybody touching him.
except you here.
Hey, who wouldn't, right?
Yeah.
All right, Idris and Mimosa. Idris, you are pacing around a room right now. As people have kind of like went off and explored Giselle, you can't help but think about the objective. And Mimosa, you're sharing a room with Idris in this time, basically just enjoying each other's company, whether or not you're drinking, whatever it may be. You guys are just enjoying the company of one another while Idris paces and Mimosa, you're chilling.
Yeah, he's just gonna have an open bottle, just kind of watching her walk back and forth.
She pauses her pacing and like sticks her head in her hands and she goes, "We're wasting too much time here."
Well, we need the rest eventually.
I know, I'm impatient now.
Sorry.
Hmm?
I mean, I guess if we went through Judah, we would have been there quicker. It's my fault.
It's not that big of a deal in the grand scheme of things. However, I'm particular when it comes to things, and sometimes I'm a little too tunnel visioned with what I need to do that I forget other people sometimes. So it's not your fault. I just need to, what's the word? Chill out?
Relax.
Yes.
He's gonna hand her the bottle.
Sure. She takes it and she takes a sip.
Guys sharing a drink with one another once again. Moments pass, laughter ensues, drinks are had. You guys don't get drunk, but you have a good time. And there's a bit of a moment there too where Mimosa and Idris, you take notice to Carnelian and Ymir both like taking like their respite, basically taking the same room separate. You guys basically like acquired 3 rooms. Ymir and Carnelian sharing a room. Mimosa, you would typically share Father Cruz, and you're kind of just sharing a room together at this point. But Father Cruz and Vilu have not returned yet. But you just see Ymir and Carnelian basically walking past in the halls, like Ymir's giddy right now, just like ready to go, like and like get into this place of like business. And Carnelian again, like a fast-paced, like what's it called, like a vampire floating their cloak, just walks down the hallway, like Severus Snape, like going down the middle of the halls.
Mimosa's gonna rub his chin. Still thinking about the time Carnelian said he slept on the couch with Ymir. He's gonna nod his head, thinking he's putting something together.
Idris just shakes her head.
It's at this point when Carnelian and Ymir pass, and you guys kind of go into that zone once more. Both of you sharing, both of you two sharing the this echo shift together once more and engaging some combat. I need you both to roll d20s. Go ahead.
Interest beforehand.
Oh, you cross and you stop for a moment as Ymir heads towards your place of where you're gonna stay. You turn for a moment, Ymir. You kind of like acknowledge that he's gonna meet up with you. So.
I mean, you're still just gonna wait.
Yeah, you can just wait there. That's why I'm saying, like, you guys just come to a stop as Carnelian, you approach and you see Idris and Mimosa like taking a few drinks and laughing.
What's going on, guys?
Oh, nothing really. I'm just stressed out.
I have this thing that I want to test with my Echo Shift, and I was gonna ask if either one of you want to join.
And you're
What?
In my dark realm, yeah. So
I don't think I should be involved.
that's understandable.
Do you need me for something in there?
Well, there's something new I wanted to like test in it and just kind of like combat train. And I figured, why not ask? It won't be the whole time, but
well, you're. It's only
Technically,
4 hours in the realm.
Technically, it'll only be a minute.
And only a minute in real time. You know what? Fine. You okay with me leaving, Mimosa?
Mimosa's gonna look at the bottle.
It's like
yeah, I can finish this by myself.
All right.
I mean, it'd only take a minute for you, actually.
Just wait and see. he's gonna like.
It just starts.
Oh wow.
Timer
What?
begins.
Wait,
Very
what?
scary.
Go, 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 go.
Let's go.
Yeah, all three of you go now into this place. Echo shift forms in the room. Mimosa, you're left alone. Is there anything Mimosa wishes to do in their isolation, other than continue to drink?
He's just gonna kind of sigh, you know. Just learning to be okay with the loneliness, and then just continuing to drink.
Make a Constitution saving throw.
Okay, Pookie. $18.
All right. Now make a Wisdom saving throw.
Okay. 21.
Grabbing onto the bottle, you drink it. You can't finish it as fast as you like showed off you could. Like no one's that great, Mimosa. But in your con saving throw, you kind of like gulp a bit, holding in your mouth for a second, swallow a bit of it. You're nearing the end of the bottle. You have about an eighth left. And you're like looking at it, and you're like, maybe I should hold on to it and wait. It's just gonna be a minute. The wisdom save for you is as you're holding onto the bottle, you look at the reflection into the bottle, and you just see kind of like for a moment your eyes ickered.
My eyes ickered.
Yeah, like you have like ichor going down your eyes right now.
He's gonna wipe his face, and then he's gonna immediately like look around the room.
Like you're
Is
looking
it
around.
light in here?
It's light, but it's not like bright in here. But like you're kind of wiping the ichor away for a second, and you're noticing like it keeps coming out. It's like it won't stop. Like your whole hand turns black and like trying to rub it.
He's gonna pull out his lantern and just lights.
Yeah, you turn on the lights and you flicker them on. It starts to dry and crackle. And as soon as you like kind of flip the lights off in places, your body just kind of like looks at the lights in a different kind of like appetite. And I need you to make another wisdom saving throw.
I don't like this. 17.
Your neck like tightens for a moment as like it almost feels like someone's hand grabs your throat and tries to snap it. And you turn your head back again. A sound that comes from Mimosa is otherworldly as you hear just this growl like try to come out from you, and you just stop it, and you like grab onto the wall. You're like convulsing now. You're sweating, and the sweat beads, the eyes, the ichor drops from your eyes again, drops onto the ground, drip, 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 drip.
Mimosa, he's gonna make his way into the hall and try to look for the others.
You make your way into the hall and you move. You keep walking for a second. The lights, they flicker. As you see this, there's a moment as your hand kind of grabs onto the wall. You see shadowy, ichory lines crawl up and try to destroy the lights on the wall. And you like panic. There's a moment where you're just like stopping and you're like hoping. Like it's terrifying because you just drop to the floor to your knees at this point, Mimosa, and you're like just your teeth are baring, the ichor's pouring out of your teeth. Now at this point, your eyes roll back, and you are not here anymore.
That's not good.
Who is in this shadow? Well, it's Ymir, Idris, and Cornelian. You guys all enter into the shadowy area. You guys are now within Cornelian's echo shift. You enter. Chains attached to both you and tether. Idris, you hiccup. As you basically just enter into like a world of like terror for a moment as you feel all your magic siphoned away all in one moment and then brought back to you in another.
Ugh.
It's okay.
Cornelian, you don't feel this way when whatever they're feeling.
You see this big dome around us? It's just a big shadowy dome.
This is a place of nightmares, Idris.
Okay.
Inside the dome is safe. Let me give you a quick little rundown before we start anything, okay?
Mm-hmm.
That dome, whatever leaves that dome, will not go back to the world that we know.
Oh, okay. As soon as he says that, she like steps right directly next to him.
Okay, these chains,
Mm-hmm.
they're tethered to each other. Like all the chains are tethered to me, as you see.
Cornelia, make a
Mhm.
perception check.
Okay. Perception. 15.
How do I want to do this, guys? Do I want to be a good person here?
Yes.
No,
Nah.
no, no,
Nah.
no, no, no,
No.
Nah.
Do I want to be the hero?
Roll.
no. Be the
Let me
villain.
know. What do I get with my 15, Jacob? Be mean or nice?
15's not high enough to see anything.
Okay, that's fine.
What
Go on,
you
Cornelia.
I will say what you would have seen is the shadow of Mimosa for 1 minute just disappearing.
Oh, but we don't see that.
You do not. This
Okay.
is what you don't see.
So. Oh. Okay. So yeah, don't go out of that.
Anyways,
Anyway,
Chains-
anyways,
These chains connect us, and I can send you back early if you want. It just won't be really pleasant.
I'd rather not. I'd rather not do that
Um,
if it's gonna not be cool.
It might be a little
Mm-mm.
painful
No.
mentally and physically, but you'll go back fine.
If that's what happened to Velu that one time where he was just on the floor, curled up
Yeah,
and
I sent you
terrified,
back early.
yeah, let's not do that.
Like, weird.
I don't know what happened. Like whenever
Oh,
I go through it, I'm fine.
Oh, fantastic. Well, I don't want to know.
Okay. Well, it's like the experience that you had, like squeezing through that small, like penny-sized hole in the darkness, claustrophobic with Ymir,
Mm-hmm.
but like worse
Oh,
on the way
no.
back.
No.
Okay.
Mm-mm.
But I can do a few things with that. Like I said, I can send you back. I can send myself back, but if I do that, anything that is here gets left here, which I won't do that. Stepping out of the zone is bad. I can summon shadows to fight, and that is kind of like the combat training aspect. Is I will kind of like pull on your chain and summon a shadow behind you,
Oh.
and that's what we're fighting are the shadows for a while.
Hmm.
I'll do it on Ymir first if you're okay with that, Ymir. So Idris has a visual.
Yeah, I don't care.
Yeah,
Okay.
you guys basically are going to go through this for the next 4 hours of like just training and everything. I'm going to have you guys roll general checks here just to kind of like gauge like the training and everything, similar to how you would do in a short rest, right? You guys are able to handle the enemies on your own, recover the HP that you need, and continue to move forward. And Carnelian can always end it whenever he needs to. So with that being said, all of you guys are going to roll athletics.
What?
Yep.
Interesting.
And all you guys
17.
and all of you are going to roll Arcana.
Oh, I actually did good. What?
Athletics and Arcana.
13
Yes.
for athletics and
17 for athletics and then 22 for
23.
Arcana.
23 for Arcana.
Okay.
I got a 9 athletics, 21 Arcana.
Okay. So here's what happens. Your training is not just entirely based on the magic and things you possess. It's also training on the being able to react, how quick time events occur, and your athletics is at a timing of your endurance, your ability to keep up with the training that Carnelian dishes out every single time. Carnelian, you don't really have to do much other than summon the shadows. However, you do have to control the scene that they basically are put upon, where a shadow summons and then you have to see how they react and then react to that too. Basically being a head on a swivel. There comes a time where they're held actions and you summon 2 shadows at the same time and see how that goes. And they're like eviscerating these things. It's still fine. For Ymir, you get -1 strength on your strength score. a shadow manages to get an attack on you and lower your strength score by 1. And as you take notice of that, there's a moment where you kind of like back up and pause, noticing that Carnelian definitely doesn't have a control on like most of all this. It seems as though when he's summoning them, you get the glimpse that these things aren't gonna hold back if they have the opportunity.
And if my strength goes to 0, I die, right?
Yes. If any number in your ability scores go to 0, you die, D&D wise. So you panic a little bit after that first moment. You already feel like the drainage from like that.
Ymir gives him like a crazy full like angst side eye as he
Carnelian,
gets hit.
you also lose 1 strength as you're also training with them, and as Ymir basically kind of gives you this side eye, you lose focus for a moment and get an attack.
I can always stop when you want. Just say the word.
Ymir won't respond, and he'll just continue fighting.
Yeah, as shadows are just being summoned. Carnelian's like pushing like you guys to your absolute limits right now. Idris, it's tiring, but you are keeping up more than anybody in this zone with your athletics. You are showing competitive dominance in keeping like an endurance level factor of like staying up, moving out of the way, dodging an attack, holding an action, casting a spell. Like you are showing like true prominence on the battlefield. Ymir, you can't keep up athletically with the endurance, but your magic is so potent that you can stand where you are and blast from a distance, and you find like some realization in like your utility of the case, helping Idris, making sure Carnelian's protected, also sending out these big bursts of magic in your Magenta series. Carnelian, in your efforts, the athletics also becomes a little difficult because you find yourself having to focus on the tethers of your friends more than you're actually focusing on the fight. As you're noticing, as they get closer to the wall, you see like the tethers get thinner and the chain seems easier to break, and you have to like say words to stop that. And then you notice that like it's a management process to keep them together. And in that distraction, you find yourself sometimes slacking in fights. But this goes on for a couple, like maybe an hour or 2, like maybe like up to 2 hours. At this point, Ymir, Idris, and Carnelian all of you need to make a Constitution saving throw.
I rolled a
9.
I rolled a nat 1,
Ooh.
total 7.
Your Constitution's super high too. That sucks.
15 plus 6, 21.
Idris and Carnelian take 1 point of exhaustion.
Okay.
Ymir, you are sweating beads, but you are still standing with that willpower that you always have. And you're noticing Carnelian and Idris are also like kind of like heavy breathing, like after a really strong workout. No more shadows are summoned. All of you guys are just like heavy breathing, like finishing up, almost out of spell slots basically, depending on how many spells you guys are casting. I would say like for this sake, you guys can remove 5 spell slots from your guys's for Idris and Ymir, and Carnelian, you can remove. Were you using any magical ammunition?
No, I was only using my one that would regenerate its ammo.
Okay, I'll say for the sake and purpose of like your summoning and your shadow, you should minus 1 of your standard ammunitions just to take care of it in a moment, and then you're basically like you're featureless right now. Like action surge has been used, all that.
Okay.
Ymir will regain a spell slot with his pearl.
Yes.
And then
And also your meta magic, Ymir. Your meta magic usage has been dropped by probably 2 points. You haven't had to use too much of it, and you also have a big like surplus of like just powerful spells already. So just in testing some of the potentials out there. But yeah, all of you guys are like depleted as far as your fight goes. That's just use case of your utility. And as the second hour like ends, you guys are getting exhausted for Carnelian and Idris. Ymir, you can keep going, but there's no purpose.
Ymir's gonna start working on like taking a good sleep so that he's not exhausted tomorrow.
I mean, we still have our sleep during the night.
Yeah.
Because it's before bed when we're doing this.
Ymir, you kind of like tuck into a corner into a fetal position for a moment, just like kind of taking the reign of like the floor for a moment. The cold like emptiness of the air doesn't bring any type of like cross breeze or anything. It's just stale floor and like shadowy darkness. It's easy to close your eyes for sure.
I need to be able to go to sleep so I can fuck the innkeeper after this.
You do. I forgot you were doing that.
Yeah, no, it's very important to me
I-
having like not having to spend
No.
money.
No,
It's
I
only
hear
2
you.
hours, so.
You guys wait for a couple moments. I mean, the second hour passes. Are you guys doing anything else with these last 2 hours?
I would say a few words to Idris,
Yeah.
probably.
Ymir, you're like catching some short rest moment right here. I'll allow you to basically just take a short rest right now.
Okay.
Yeah, just like this actions of things you were doing were short rest, but you get to regain all those things back anyways.
So, Idris,
Mm-hmm.
those items that we're talking about.
Yeah.
Now, I realize you have the right to be mad for what I'm about to tell you, but I hope you respect my privacy and not talk about it to others.
Carnelian. First of all, who am I to you?
I'm
Mhm.
just anxious
What?
a little bit because
Why would I
I've
betray
told
you?
Ymir, and it wasn't a. I mean,
For
looked
God's sake, we were
disappointed.
accidental criminals together.
Okay.
I we've
Remember
uh-huh.
that old guy?
Marin, yes.
Mm-hmm.
What did you do?
The last night that we were over in that town, I
Uh-huh.
stole 5 gold bars from him. Reason being, why are you laughing?
I'm sorry, I'm not. That was it.
Yeah.
I thought that I don't know, maybe went out and killed somebody, but sure. Alright, so you stole 5 bars from Marin, and did that take you all night?
It took me a good portion of my night.
Hmm.
I had to use a lot of the time, kind of avoiding the guards and whatnot.
Just make an insight check.
Shops.
Carnelia, make a deception check.
Yes, thank you, Jacob. No! 7.
10, maybe.
Idris. Maybe he's gotten slow in his ages away from you, but doesn't seem like a thing that Carnelian would take a long time to do. But all you can think about is maybe he's gotten slow now.
Have you gotten slow?
I mean, right now I'm exhausted.
Well, duh. But have you got... That's not normally your speed, where it takes you forever to steal something.
Well, I don't usually steal things like that intentionally, knowing about it, but
I don't know, I feel like you're hiding something from me.
I mean, one thing I haven't really mentioned that I brought up before is that debt that I have. That's the reason why I stole that gold. And to the full of it, like I've talked to you, Mary, about it briefly, but remember when that big ship fell out of the sky and
Yeah, and
caused a bunch of damage?
And you went to your guild, is that correct? And then
That debt got put onto me. And it's about 3,000 gold, not 3,000, like 300, 400 gold around there. And I in consequence of that, until I pay it off, they took my kind of like my life and my part of my soul, to where if I were to die, I can't come back, no matter what.
How much do you need?
Well, I mean, these gold bars that I have should pay most of it.
How many do you have?
I have 4.
I thought you said you had 5.
Yikes.
Now this is interesting. I'm not gonna make you roll, Idris, and I'm not gonna make you roll, Carnelian. But I will say, Carnelian, in a slip of the tongue, what kind of deceitful fashion does Idris catch upon Carnelian? Is it embarrassment, or is it like an eyebrow raise? Like, is it like a cleverness?
Okay. It's more it's more embarrassment and disappointment, I'd say, within himself.
Yeah, and as soon as you like catch the slip of the tongue, Idris, you know more than what you need to hear, and the first thing you immediately think of is like Carnelian may feel some type of way about whatever, but in catching the lie, Idris, there's a bit of a break in that connection. That chain that sits between you and Carnelian rusts. There's a moment of like otherworldly connection where Carnelian can't also like focus on you without thinking about the lie that he drafted, and then also thinking about Idris to you and him, what you're thinking deceitfully of him. And you guys see that chain representing that. Like it goes from a thick like iron to a rope. Like there's almost nothing holding the two of you together in a second for a moment. And Carnelian, you kind of see the representation of this, and you yank it back for a moment, and you see like it restores itself, but you see that distant tether like kind of move for a second, ripple.
Well,
I
I
did something that I don't.
you did something once.
Okay. You know Robin,
Of
the
course.
blacksmith.
Yes.
For that last night, I think I woke you up coming into the room, but beforehand I was with Robin for the night. And main purpose was because I was afraid to stay in that area for the night in Cruz's house because I didn't want to freak out while I was sleeping. So I went to Robin's.
Oh.
And yeah. And I gave her one of those bars as like a payment. And
Wait. You gave her one of those bars that you stole from Marin.
Mm-hmm.
Carnelian. You can never see her again.
I know. That's not the problem. I realize part of that issue is if they figure that out and they put the dots together, she'd know that she'd probably put it together that I'm the reason there, but I feel like I did hide that well. She wouldn't have taken the money if I gave it to her, so I just set it aside. Because there was another night as well where I wasn't there. I think the night of my kind of freak out, I also went over there because I didn't want to stay there because of my freak out.
You should have told me.
I know. It was just...
No, it's not just... You... Idris exhales and kind of just leans back a little bit. I put so much trust into you. I would die for you. I would do anything for you. And I feel like I can't have that same thing if you're not truthful with me.
I understand. Which is why I'm kind of keeping that now. I know it's late, but it's a hard thing for me to...
I know.
Explain.
I know.
In the short moments that feel like minutes, an hour passes again. The time shifts a moment, and before you guys know it, you're nearing the end of your echo shift. Ymir, a short rest is completed. Whether or not you heard the information or not is up to you, but
he for sure heard it.
Yeah.
He's been trying to cover his ears the entire time.
Yeah, for sure.
A weird third wheel situation that he really just doesn't want to be a part of, and he is stuck here, unable to go anywhere else.
You have about 10 minutes left, Carnelian, on this echo shift before everybody just kind of like pops out.
I'm not upset with you, but tell me these things.
Yeah. I apologize. for
Mhm.
withholding that. I know you should. Yeah, I will be more open about stuff.
No
As that
secrets.
as that moment
That goes for
passes,
you too.
Sure.
you both end your closing statements. We return back to the scene of going through Dracel with Father Cruz and Velu. Where would you guys go next after going and looking at the sermons we just read? Go back to where your home is. Velu has no like tether to stay anywhere really, but he's kind of like looks at you and he's like, maybe we can go back, but no.
Can Cruz see the stars?
Yeah, you look up.
I don't know. I just want to do that. All right, I'm cool with going back.
Yeah, there's a moment where you're like wondering to yourself like, what did that message mean to you when you're looking to the sky? You know, a moment passes, Father Cruz and Velu. You are walking through the town. You guys hear a scream, just a gut-wrenching wraith of a scream coming from the other side of town.
Is it in the direction he's going?
I mean, it's in the direction of where you guys are just kind of walking. I would imagine you guys are like kind of making your way back to where your place of rest is. It is nearby.
Cruz is gonna immediately run to it.
Belu's like, you should say where you're going, and just like rush with you. You guys rush. We're gonna close you guys for a moment. Carnelian, Idris, and Ymir. A minute passes. You appear. Two of you exhausted still. One of you has kind of gotten a short rest and gotten things back to your feet. As you exit Carnelian's space with Idris and Ymir, you guys look into the hallway and you guys see black ichor stains on the floors and
Idris
claw
immediately
marks
bolts.
on the
Ymir
walls.
also bolts and casts light on his hands.
Yeah. You guys just look. Yeah, you guys look down the hallway and where once was a pool of ichor is footprints of a draconic like creature transforming into hands of a humanoid until its hands all over the wall in black ichor. Just a bunch of millions of handprints. And you guys see the lights snuffed out, cracked, torches broken in half. And that's where we're going to end today's session.
Wow.
I'm so mad, 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 I'm so mad.
That's
My bad,
hilarious.
guys. I thought I rolled good.
It's not your fault,
It's
bro.
not-
Imagine what it would have been like if we went to Jonah.
The
Wait,
DC was too high at this
Man.
point.
We just can't leave Mimosa alone, guys.
No,
It's not-
that's
that was
not what
timing.
was.
Yeah, that wasn't.
No, I
that
know the
wasn't-
timing is rough though. That's what I'm saying though. Like we can't leave Mimosa alone. We can't
Oh
do that,
my
bro.
God.
I so understand the mechanic now.
That's so sad.
The light wasn't the problem.
It's the depression.
No, it wasn't that
No,
either.
it's my realm.
It wasn't your realm either.
Oh well, shit.
I will share with you a little bit about Mimosa's little
Is it my
thing.
alcohol addiction?
No, but that would be funny. I won't blame.
There goes
We
the
don't
fear.
punish alcohol addiction in this game.
Not
Okay,
here, not
Not
this
here.
game.
Oh, is it because of the level up?
It's not because of the level up. I mean, the thing levels up with Mimosa for sure, but
Uh-oh.
outside of that, Mimosa carries a curse that needs to be released, and every time it's pent up, that's an additional +1 to your DC. So for a couple days now, Mimosa's been fine, and they've also been fine in Solaria. So as the days have passed, and they've been surrounding themselves with light, they haven't been able to like tether that yet. This is the one moment where a slither of an opportunity approached itself to do something because of like a new environment and also being alone, where there was opportunity. And the Constitution save for the alcohol was not for like being drunk. The Constitution save was to find out if they were going to throw up the ichor from the alcohol. and catch it early. So that happened. And then once they noticed the ichor coming from the eyes with their wisdom save, what was the total on your save? You would have had to hit a 25 on your wisdom save.
No. Okay, let me look.
I think I'm
The
pretty sure.
The
Yeah.
first one was 21.
Yeah, 21. So the first fail. And then I made you make another wisdom save after that. And this was to determine the direction you were going to go.
It's 17.
Yeah. And if it was going to be your choice whether or not you went one way or the other, basically.
Yo, this is like, how do we explain to like a parent that we lost their child while hanging out with them? Like,
Oh my fucking
because
god.
Father Cruz is gonna be like, why weren't you guys with them?
But I think Father Cruz just be happy that you guys aren't dead.
Yeah, but still.
They're definitely gonna get a talking to after. Like,
But,
it's gone
like-
for like 30 minutes. How
And
we were gone
This
for
is-
minutes.
No,
Wait,
like
we're
this is
gone
a
for a
whole
minute.
day. This is a whole day, right? You guys had a whole day pass. The night was settling. This is just what it was.
One day, I'm gone for one day. You guys can't keep your shit together.
You know.
How
I literally looked away for 1 minute, Father Cruz.
Gone
I don't know what
one
you want.
singular minute.
It was
60 seconds.
It was 10
You
seconds.
guys can't
Literally.
keep your shit. How have you been adventuring all this fucking time and you can't keep care of
That's
one
crazy.
person?
It was a minute.
I can't wait for, like-
A minute and he lost him already. Like how?
Bro, I can't wait for the mimosa go to your room. Like, and like
Where
the
fuck
Father
is
Cruz.
Bongo?
Bongo's
Bongo,
hanging.
Bongo's doing whatever Bongo does, bro. Don't worry about Bongo.
Bongo's out and about right now. Bongo's flying around the
Mongo's
city.
gonna witness Mimosa.
If Bongo dies
Maybe.
because
I
of
don't know.
Mimosa, what would happen?
I can't wait to bring Bongo into my realm.
I don't know what would happen. I don't think Ymir would be blaming of Mimosa. That's not something he'd do, but
Be very sad.
it'd be sad.
Be
And I
very
don't know
sad.
how Ymir would feel bad more so for Mimosa, because I don't know what guilt
Mimosa would do.
Mimosa
Yeah,
would feel.
terrifying. Yeah, well,
Yeah.
that lady that put out a wretch scream. If they're still alive by the time you get there, I mean, at least you get to have a cool story about how you saved somebody. How's the handprints all over the walls?
Screaming, or was it Mimosa pulling you in?
That's what I want to. That's what I was gonna say. You beat me to it. Or was it your
someone else
friend?
Screaming. Like fucking dying.
No, it was Mimosa sending out a wail of a signal, basically. Help me was their scream, and it was a
Hand
wail.
touches the beacon.
All right.